Ladies and gentlemen, 女士们、先生们，下午好。
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Zhao Zhangjie, the manager of the GYLD. I'd like to invite the Secretary General of the CCG and the founder of the GYLD, Dr. Maple Miao, to take the stage and deliver the opening remark and a welcome remark to all of us. Distinguished Director Gao and Chairman Liu and Director General Cui.
Amma from UNICEF, distinguished guests, dear young friends, young leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In this season of renewal and reflection, we gather once again in Beijing to jointly usher in the grand opening of the Global Young Leaders Dialogue Annual Forum 2025. On behalf of the Center for China and Globalization, CCG, I extend our warmest welcome and sincere gratitude to all distinguished guests, experts, scholars, and young leaders from around the world attending this forum. First, allow me to extend special gratitude to Haidian District Human Resources Bureau and the Haidian District Foreign Office. Thanks to their enthusiastic invitation and continuous support. Our forum is being held in Haidian District for the first time as an important part of Wisdom Haidian Talent Week. I also want to thank to our partners, Zhongguancun No. 1, Yanqing Academy of Peking University, Schwarzman College of Tsinghua University, AI Origin Community, Young Blood Strategic Forum, PMI, Beijing Eco Hub, Silicon Park, and other institutions for their tremendous support. It is through your invaluable assistance that this cross-border youth dialogue has become so vibrant and impactful. Since its inception in 2020, the Global Young Leaders Dialogue program will celebrate its 5th year anniversary next month. Over the past 5 years, we have attracted over 1,200 outstanding young professionals from more than 80 countries, building a truly influential international platform for young people exchange. We have organized our annual forum continuously and invite young professionals coming to China from overseas. Last year, 17 young leaders came to China for the first time for themselves. Besides, we also host a series of events and activities for young people. For example, we have organized young people to visit Beijing Municipal People's Congress and in Beijing Municipal Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, CPPCC, to communicate with the deputies and understand China's political system works. We also bring young professionals to join China International Fair for Trade in Services in Beijing and the China International Import Expo in Shanghai, to offer them great opportunities to explore China's great openings in the field of economy. We remain deeply grateful for President Xi Jinping's warm letter to participants in 2021 and cherish the sincere blessings from numerous international leaders. He wrote, quote, "We welcome more young people from other countries to come to China on exchange visits, and we hope that you and your Chinese peers will enhance mutual understanding, build friendships, and achieve common success through mutual learning. Together, you can contribute to the building of a global community with a shared future." Quote end. This heartfelt support continues to inspire us forward. This year's annual forum, we received nearly 300 applications from over 15 countries. After rigorous selection, we invited 29 exceptional young representatives from 21 countries and regions. Among them are seasoned experts from policy research institutions and researchers deeply engaged in artificial intelligence, rising stars from academia, and pioneers in innovation and entrepreneurship. These outstanding young individuals from around the world, with their diverse backgrounds and remarkable achievements, embody the vitality and the responsibility of contemporary global youth. During the preliminary agenda, we organized visits to the Zhongguancun Science Park, renewed technology enterprises, and prestigious universities, along with icebreaker reception. Notably, this year's forum introduced a new workshop themed The Future Landscape of AI Plus and International Cooperation. We believe these diverse activities will enable participating young people, young leaders to engage in deep exchanges, inspire one another, and lay a solid foundation for future international collaboration. This year's theme, Decoding the Future with the Young Minds, will focus on cutting-edge topics such as young leaders, strategies, innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystems, and young leaders solution, technology and AI addressing global challenges. This forum aims to explore those three core dimensions and build three pathways. First, the pathway to building ecosystems that sustain the future. We will collectively explore how global and local governments, institutions, universities, and industries can collaborate to create a more resilient and supportive innovation ecosystem that better empowers the dreams of young entrepreneurs. Second, the pathway from idea to impact. We will hear young people, young entrepreneurs overcome real-world challenges and leverage advanced technologies like AI to refine sparks of inspiration into solutions that generate tangible, positive impact. Third is the pathway of shaping the spirit of responsible innovation. We will explore how to deeply integrate collaboration, creativity, and resilience while pursuing commercial success and technological breakthroughs, ensuring our innovation journey consistently leads toward a more inclusive and sustainable future. Youth are a vital force driving progress in our era. Against the backdrop of numerous challenges facing global development today, we need the wisdom and the responsibility of young people more than ever before. Let us foster understanding with open hearts and seek breakthroughs with innovative minds, jointly contributing on youthful energy to building a community with a shared future for mankind. Here, I sincerely wish you all to forge friendships and spark new insights through those dialogues, making this gathering a new starting point for personal growth and international cooperation. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Now let me introduce to you our distinguished guests participating in this dialogue today. And present here, we're honored to have the presence of many distinguished guests at this beautiful place, Haidian district, with world-renowned universities, academic institutions, and science and technology businesses. Now let me, with great honor, give the floor to Mr. Liu Yong, Party Secretary and Chairman of Beijing Haidian District Committee of the CPPCC. Distinguished guests, international youth leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a genuine pleasure to gather together here today in Haidian with outstanding young talents from over 40 countries for the 2025 Global Young Leaders Annual Dialogue. First of all, on behalf of Haidian District Committee and government, I extend our warmest welcome to all young friends who have journeyed from afar. I also express my sincere gratitude to colleagues from various sectors for your enduring support and commitment to Haidian's development. The Global Young Leaders Annual Dialogue, a flagship initiative launched by CCG, has now been successfully held for 4 sessions, drawing significant attention both domestically and internationally. In 2021, Chinese President Xi Jinping responded to the young delegates, commending their active engagement across China to deepen understanding and encouraging enhanced mutual learning to contribute useful energy toward building a community with a shared future for all. As one of the 8 key events during the 2025 Haidian Talent Week, this dialogue's inaugural edition in Haidian represents our proactive effort to enhance the international atmosphere and strengthen global young talent's sense of identity and belonging. It also vividly demonstrates Haidian's unique role as Beijing's core zone for international sci-tech innovation and a pilot area for youth innovation and entrepreneurship. As a vital source of talent and a driving force in technological innovation, young talents are forging ahead, tackling cutting-edge technology, exploring new frontiers in industrial transformation, and addressing critical issues like AI. Indeed, young talents have become central to social progress in our era's advancement. Those who attract outstanding youth will shape the future. And as the birthplace of Zhongguancun, Haidian has always prioritized young talent development. We have continuously improved our youth talent service system, introducing supportive policies such as the Haidian Plan or Haidian Talent Program and the Plan for Pilot Construction of Beijing Youth Innovation and Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Demonstration Zoom. And through our innovative university internship program, we have established 403 internship bases, including leading tech companies like Douyin, Alibaba, and Tencent, creating 8,371 high-quality internship positions, and a total of 4,318 interns have been placed, with 2,259 students receiving job offers. We have established the Haidian Night School Initiative, a 3-tier system comprising district-level night schools, regional night schools, and community night schools, creating a learning network of 137 sites that serves all ages across the district. And by proactively connecting with top global talent and building a youth-friendly city, we enhance young people's sense of fulfillment, happiness, and belonging. We keep optimizing the environment for youth development, guided by the vision that Haidian is the university. We organize initiatives like the Zhongguancun academic season, graduation season, and campus recruitment season, focusing on talent attracting, funding the innovation to build an appealing ecosystem for young talents. We are organizing the high-level 2025 Zhongguancun Forum, hosting 17 parallel sessions, including the International Youth Innovation Development Forum and the Overseas Chinese Innovation Forum. We established the city's first global innovation service network demonstration Zoom, introduced a double 10 youth innovation policies, attracting over 600 tech companies, and supported 321 youth innovation projects. We have recommended over 30 organizations to establish a postdoctoral basis, bringing the total number of park branches to 139, and attracted and retained more than 40 postdoctoral researchers. We are building a welcoming home for young talents while continuously improving our ecological environment, with air quality ranking first among Beijing's 6 urban districts for 10 years. Our Garden City initiative makes work and life more pleasant. Haidian boasts cultural landmarks, including the 3 Hills and 5 Gardens Royal Garden Heritage Area, 2 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and 1 National Archaeological Site Park. We leverage these rich cultural resources to promote traditional culture and enhance cultural offerings. And we will continue to address essential needs in the basic education healthcare area, and we will try to ensure all young talents can pursue their career with peace of mind and enjoy a fulfilling life in Haidian. Moreover, as a key hub for Beijing's international exchanges, Haidian is committed to creating an optimal international environment. We have implemented measures such as streamlined administrative procedures, one-stop services for international talent, and real-time settlement of international medical insurance. Currently, Haidian is home to over 1 million young people, accounting for 33% of our population. With a total talent pool exceeding 2 million, we lead the nation in both talent retention and innovation potential. Indeed, Haidian is opening its arms wider to young people than ever before, gathering global wisdom and talent to foster cultural diversity and spark innovative ideas. Young friends, endeavors define youth, and Haidian is where dreams take stage. Today's dialogue brings together the energy of global youth, creating a worldwide platform, a window for cooperation, and a gateway to friendship that we open to young people everywhere. We look forward to your open exchange of ideas, building consensus through dialogue, and co-creating the future through collaboration. We sincerely welcome outstanding young talents from across the world to choose Beijing, settle in Haidian, and join us in writing a new chapter of high-quality development with your passion and wisdom. Finally, I made this event achieve resounding success. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Chairman Liu Yong, for sharing his wonderful remarks and demonstrating how much commitment has been made into supporting the development of young talents in Haidian district. So if you want to live and settle in Beijing, in China, Haidian would be a very good, very ideal destination. And many, many years ago, we have long realized the importance and energy of young talents and their significant role in promoting social development. Today, we have also the outstanding delegate from UN system. Now, let us give the floor to invite Madam Ama Sende, UNICEF representative to China.
Distinguished Madam Mabel Mew, Secretary General of CCG, Party Secretary Liu Yong, and my dear friend also, Dr. Henry Wang, President of CCG. More importantly, let me also say, dear young people and friends of UNICEF. It's indeed a pleasure to join you at the Global Young Leaders Dialogue Annual Forum. And indeed, what makes this forum special is not just the theme that we will be discussing, but the energy and the purpose that you all bring. Young leaders from 30 countries united by a belief that innovation should serve people, but also create a fair world. Across the world, UNICEF sees young people designing AI tools for learning, for building green startups, for strengthening climate resilience, and using digital platforms for social impact. Young people are showing us that the youth are not just passive recipients of technology. They are also co-creators who have to be taken seriously in this digital age. Yet we know that the benefits of this transformation are still uneven. Many young people, especially girls and young women, lack access, skills, or safe places to participate fully in digital life. AI and the green transition hold incredible promise, but without intention, they can deepen divides. And that is why a platform like the Global Young Leaders Dialogue really matters. Your leadership, your readiness to collaborate across continents, across cultures, and across sectors are essential to shaping a more inclusive digital future. Ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence is reshaping how we learn, how we work, how we solve problems. But for AI to truly be a force for good, it must be ethical, it must be inclusive, and it must be centered on human rights. Girls face higher risks in digital spaces. They have fewer opportunities in STEM, as we know, and are more likely to see their jobs disrupted by automation. If AI is to expand opportunity, young people, especially young women, must have the skills, the confidence, and the voice to shape it. And that is why UNICEF emphasizes future-ready skills that go beyond employability. Young people are telling us that they need critical thinking skills, digital literacy, leadership skills, capital, and the ability to navigate online spaces safely. These skills allow young people not only to use technology, but to influence how it is designed and also how technology is governed. Digital learning is also reshaping education, but technology only works when it truly improves learning outcomes and reaches those who need it the most. UNICEF is helping countries build inclusive digital learning ecosystems where connectivity, open platforms, and empowered teachers work together to strengthen learning. Through UNICEF's GIGA initiative, for example, over 30,000 schools are now connected to the internet, turning connectivity into a foundation for opportunity. Another example, UNICEF's Accessible Digital Textbooks initiative. This develops curriculum-based digital textbooks designed with universal design for learning principles and accessibility features so that children with or without disabilities can learn together in inclusive classrooms. Implemented with ministries of education and disability organizations, this accessible digital textbook initiative is supporting system-level scale-up of equitable digital learning. In China, our partnership with education authorities is helping rural and urban schools share digital resources and reduce learning gaps. These are a few concrete examples of digital transformations grounded in inclusivity and grounded in equity. Young people are also looking for pathways into green and digital economies. So through our Generation Unlimited initiative, UNICEF works with governments, with companies, with youth networks to help millions of young people gain digital, green, entrepreneurial, and leadership skills. And globally, more than 2.5 million young people in 2024 alone earned job-relevant credentials through another one of our initiatives called the Passport to Earning platform. And across China, Asia, and Africa, youth innovation initiatives supported by UNICEF are helping young entrepreneurs turn their ideas into solutions in renewable energy, in inclusive tech, and in climate-smart agriculture. To the young leaders here today, you're already demonstrating that global challenges cannot be solved by governments and institutions alone. Youth leadership is not something for the future. We like to speak of young people being the leaders of the future, but they are leaders today. This transformation is happening now. So UNICEF stands with you as a partner, supporter, champion of your ideas. We believe deeply that young people must help shape the governance of new technologies and the direction of the green and digital transformation. The next generation, ladies and gentlemen, is ready. And together, we can build a digital future where every young person can learn, lead, and thrive. I thank you.
And thank you for inspiring and stimulating message.
UNICEF in terms of promoting the digital technologies penetration and publicity featuring benefiting the children and young people, which is very awesome. And as far as we know, more than 20 plus UN institutes and representative offices are coordinated in China. And GYLD also entered into the headquarters of the Office of UN to China to celebrate. And that is also the emphasis from UN to the youth development. With that, I'd like to invite UN Resident Coordinator in China, Mr. Shadaji.
Chatterjee, UN Resident Coordinator in China, to deliver a video message. Please look at the screen.
Distinguished guests, esteemed young leaders, it is a profound privilege to address this inspiring gathering at the Global Young Leaders Dialogue Annual Forum. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Center for China and Globalization for convening such a timely and visionary dialogue. The theme, Decoding the Future, could not be more fitting. The United Nations firmly believes that the future you are decoding today will define the world we all share tomorrow. As Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said, young people are the world's greatest source of hope. You embody that hope through your creativity, courage, and commitment to building a more sustainable, just, and inclusive planet. We face a series of interconnected challenges: climate change, inequality, and rapid technological disruption. Yet technology, when guided by ethics and empathy, holds the power to unite rather than divide, to empower rather than exclude, and to turn innovation into a force for human progress. The United Nations looks to you not as innovators, but as partners in reimagining the pathways to peace, sustainability, and shared prosperity. Let this forum be a catalyst for collaboration across borders and cultures, a space where ideas become action and action builds hope. Together, let us decode a future where works for everyone. Thank you, and I wish you an inspiring and transformative dialogue. 谢谢.
Thank you, Coordinator Mr. Shadaji. The keynote or the theme of this annual meeting is Decoding the Future with the Young Minds. We always have aspiration for the future, but sometimes we're not clear. Mr. Newton used to say that if I can look far, that is because I'm standing on the shoulder of the giant. So we're very happy to have the presence of a lot of leaders and pioneers to decode the future by the young minds. First of all, I'd like to invite the Commission of U.S. Arts and Academician of China's Academy of Science, and also the youngest laureate of the Centennial Historical Awards of Innovation, and that is Professor Zhang Yaqing from Tsinghua University, Science Dean of the Institute for Intelligent Industry.
Many thanks, Hui Yao and Miaolu for the very kind invitation. It's always exciting to interact with young leaders. I feel myself, 20, 30 years ago. I also want to congratulate Hui Yao and CCW for your championship and the leadership in promoting globalization. And young leader, of course, is a critical pillar of the globalization. So I want to spend, 20 minutes talk about some of the new exciting developments on AI, a subject I've been working for over 30 years, from Microsoft to Baidu, and of course now at Tsinghua University. And the theme, we have the same thing, it's AI for better. So I want to talk about a few things. One, of course, is some mega trends in technology. And also using our work as example of some of the state of art in AI, and also some of the comparison between China and the US and the rest of the world. And finally, some future trends in AI industry and the technology. I've been using this chart for many years. And first time I talk about the fourth industrial revolution, talk about AI, that was probably 11, 12 years ago at Davos. I'm glad to see that's coming into a reality. Indeed, AI is the technology engine behind the fourth industrial revolution. The first, which is the most important foundation of AI, is actually the massive digitalization. And over the years, we digitize natural contents, we digitize enterprise, and we digitize the physical world and the biological world. So that formed a huge, massive foundation of data, which really fuels this new wave of AI. Right? So a lot of data, exponential growth in computation, plus innovation in the smart algorithms like transformers, and all the other large models. So this new wave of AI is really a convergence of digital AI. I have this is probably the old chart. Anyway, the informational AI, the physical AI, and the biological AI. And this is the backdrop of why I started the AIR, we call the AI Industry Research at Tsinghua University, just about 5 years ago. And I worked for lots of companies, including Microsoft and Baidu, for some 20 years. And 5 years ago, I decided to form this new institute. And the goal is very simple. We want to advance industry and the society with innovation AI. And it's very lucky, in the last 5 years, we're able to recruit some of the best minds in the world. Now we have over 20 professors, full-time professors, and 400 top-notch PhD students, postdocs, and research scientists. And it has quickly become one of the most active contributors to AI research and the industry in technology. So I will use a few examples to illustrate some of the state of art in the digital AI, physical AI, and the biological AI. And since we work with industry, and essentially 100% of our work is in collaboration with major companies in China and around the world. So first one is, this also represents the frontier in current AI advancements. frontier AI model is for digital AI. And driverless cars and advanced robotics is the focus of physical AI. And new medicine, new drug development is the centerpiece for biological AI. And obviously, we cannot forget about the risks and safety of AI, which I'll also touch on a little bit. So first is our work in the large language models. We work very closely with leading companies like ByteDance, Alibaba, and DeepSeek. And for those of you who work on AI, a major advance of large language model, especially more recently, is the reinforcement learning and the reasoning model. For ChatGPT, it's called the PPO. For DeepSeek, it's the GRPO. So our professor and researcher developed something called the DAPO. I won't spell it out. You can find that out yourself. With ByteDance, which improved reinforcement learning performance and efficiency by several times, actually efficient by order of magnitude. This is the most advanced and the most frequently used model in the world for reinforcement learning. With DeepSeek, we work with them in defining a better reward model called a GRM. And with Alibaba, it's QWing. I don't know if you use it, which is right now is the largest open source model in the world. And we work with them on the agentic AI and the agents. And one thing about our work is we publish everything. Our research, our algorithms, our code, and also data and the weights whenever we can. The second example on the physical AI is autonomous driving, or driverless cars. This I'm talking about truly driverless, level 4, meaning there is no person in the car whatsoever. When I was the president of Baidu, I started a program called Apollo. That is a platform for autonomous driving. Right now, it's still the largest open platform in the world. An example of this work is called 我不快跑, called Apollo Go. And right now, we have the largest self-driving fleet in the world, particularly in a city called Wuhan. In Wuhan, we have over 1,500 cars and cover 17 million people, and with 3,000 square kilometers of space. In fact, you can get a car anywhere in the city right after you get off the airport and go to some 100 kilometers to wherever you want. And again, it's truly driverless, and it is it's a fee similar to the Didi or Uber that you might want to take. The reason I mention this is the most challenging and also the most critical part of the physical AI or embodied AI. In fact, self-driving car is a special robot while it drives cars. And it really accumulates all the critical pieces of AI. And over the last 10 years, after we invested some $10 billion, right now we see the light in the tunnel in terms of technology, in terms of the business model. And the critical advancement is actually the large language model in the last few years. We're able to generate data. We're able to cover some of the long tail cases. And we're able to do a lot of simulation, and we're also conduct road tests, particularly doing end-to-end large model. And I have a short video. I don't know if I can. The reason I want to mention, I have to mention this. The reason we did this in the beginning, some 10 years ago, is safety. Right? Is safety. So we want the driving to be much safer, and has to be. In fact, I posed a challenge to my Apollo team back then. It has to be at least 10 times safer than human drivers. Right now, our data after 200 million kilometers, and the data came back as, especially from Wuhan, it is 17 times safer than people. We haven't had a single casualty. We haven't had a single large, major accident. For those of you who have done this in San Francisco, WeMo, this is very similar, but just larger scale. And obviously, we're doing this in 20 different cities in China, and we're doing this in several different countries, in other countries outside of China. And also the reason I use this as an example is this will be the foundation for the embodied AI. Right? We will use the same foundation model for robots, whether it's industry robots, social robots, or home robots. And obviously, you will have a different type of control, different kind of embodiment, but the back-end foundation will be similar, will actually be the same. Okay, I think this one is in Chinese. This is about 2.5 years ago when we started to roll this out in Wuhan. Wuhan was the first city that led us to run this for the entire city, right? And also truly driverless, no safety drivers, truly driverless, and also with the faith.
这刚才应该把它录下来。这还挺不容易的。整体的体验，包括这个叫车啊、上车啊、启动，整个这个体验呢，可以是很完美吧。从这个舒适感都像很熟练的这个司机一样，进展相当的快。整个不管从技术的创新，从这个整个用户的体验、运营、落地，都是在中国领先的全球领先的，真的很棒。阿波罗团队太棒了，加油！我们现在已经到了这个100米的最后10米，继续加油就可以达到无人驾驶的这个 ChatGPT 时刻。
I think you get the gist. It's in Chinese. The third example is using for healthcare, for drug development. Professor Liu Yang from our institute developed the world's first AI agent hospital. This hospital is just like a real one. It simulates a real hospital in Beijing. With offices here, everything is virtual, right? Everything's agent. So doctors are agents, patients are agents, and nurses agents, pharmacists are agents, and we emulate 21 different departments, each with 2 doctors, 1 Chinese doctor, 1 Western doctor. And so what happened is the patients and doctors and nurses and everybody actually, they are agents, and they are involving in this virtual world, right, at a much, much faster speed than the real world. For those of you familiar with AlphaGo, AlphaZero Go, this is very similar. You start with real data, and you generate synthetic data, and then doctors interact with doctors, with patients, with nurses, and you're doing this at a much, much faster speed. And the result is, in 2 days, we're able to cover entire large 3A hospital, the work in 2 or 3 years, so a lot faster, and with much higher accuracy. And the accuracy using the US mile, which is a benchmark, we're able to achieve 92%. An average doctor, for people who get the license in US, the average is 65%. So this is better, statistically than real doctors. I'm not going to get into the detail. For those of you who are interested in his work, Baidu, you can search AI hospital. In Google, you can search AI hospital. This will come up in the first few lines. So the work here is not only agents, but also multiple agents. It's an agentic network, right? Then they able to do other stuff without people getting involved. I have a short video that actually tells exactly how this works. I hope this one's in English, yeah.
Agent Hospital is a virtual world system developed by Tyrex Incorporated, a startup spun out of Institute of AI Industry Research, Tsinghua University in 2024. Agent Hospital stimulates the treatment processes of real-world hospitals, with patients, nurses, and doctors all portrayed by AI. The system currently has 21 departments and integrates large language models, medical knowledge bases, and real medical cases to generate hundreds of thousands of highly realistic AI patients, comprehensively covering key factors such as diseases, age, gender, and region. Time in this virtual world flows 100 times faster than in the real world. AI doctors improve their diagnostic and treatment abilities by reading medical literature and treating vast numbers of AI patients, achieving excellent results in datasets such as the U.S. Medical Licenses Examination. Haidian Hospital has established an international AI medical team, which will strictly adhere to the latest treatment guidelines from various countries for each disease, providing patients with the most authoritative, cutting-edge, and advanced treatment plans. The long-term goal of Asian Hospital is to offer affordable, convenient, and high-quality medical services to humanity. Asian Hospital is about to open, allowing human patients and doctors to enter the virtual world to interact with AI patients and doctors. Welcome to visit Asian Hospital.
Well, obviously, we're now trying to replace doctors, right? And in the future, this will be agents and assistants to doctors, so make sure a doctor can make faster and a more accurate diagnosis. And also, I think it's useful for rural areas, without good medical access, so they can consult the system and hope that will help. I'm going to skip this one. We have about 1/3 of professors work on AI for new drug development. Recently, Nobel laureates Demis Hassabis mentioned that in 10 years, all diseases will be cured. Right? He mentioned that. In fact, two of us, we had a panel back in Davos in January. I agree with him. I agree with him that AI is going to accelerate drug development dramatically. I think 2 years might be a little bit too soon, but certainly, we are transforming, we are changing how a drug is being developed and how trials being conducted. And obviously, AI is becoming super powerful, but also it's getting risky and a little bit more dangerous. And so we haven't forgot that. And in the last few years, I personally work with a few leading AI scientists and a few Nobel laureates. And we formed the International AI Safety Dialogue, similar like this, but with a little bit older people. And just to understand the key issues, to work with policymakers, and also to make specific technical investments and advice, and more concrete. Most of us are technologists, but we do have few policy makers who work with us. So I'm not going to read through this, but the risk for AI is real, right? Especially when you expand from informational, from digital to physical and to biological domains. And we need specific, very prompt measures to take care of this. So let me spend just 1 or 2 minutes and talk about AI and China versus US, because I get asked all the time, China, US, what's the difference? Which one's better? Which one's ahead? So let me just go through very briefly. In the US, obviously, OpenAI, Microsoft, Google DeepMind, Anthropic, and Grok X-Style AI are the 4 leading closed source hyperscalers. Right? You use that all the time. Meta is open source, Llama, but it's a little bit, right now they're a bit trouble. In hardware, obviously, NVIDIA is the leader. And also you have companies like Google with TPUs and others. So essentially there are 2 different approaches. One is general purpose GPU, GPU. One is more specific, ASIC. And And I think both approach gonna work. And more recently, in the next 3 to 5 years, it's probably more GPU because of just the changing in the involvement in algorithms. Application-wise, have a lot of companies. I would say 80% is in the digital AI space, and 20% is in the physical and the biological AI space. In China, a lot of models. I would think 3 models stand out: DeepSeek, Kuwing from Alibaba, and Doubao from ByteDance are the leading model. There are other models. I hope they can make it. But those 3 models are used not only by China, but also by around the world. And I just read an article. I think this is from the founder, actually Andrew Horowitz, is the founder of Netscape. And he has one of the biggest AI incubator, VC, called A16Z. And he said last year, last year, over 80% of the startup companies are using DeepSeek and Kuwing as their base model. Okay, that's U.S. companies, the U.S. startups. Right? And obviously in China, they're almost 100%. In terms of chips, in the silicons, China has Huawei, has Baidu's Kunlun, Alibaba has its chips, Horizon has its chips. So there are probably over a dozen different options. In the verticals, over 500 companies doing all different kind of things. I would say 80% in the physical AI and the industrial AI, and 20% in the informational AI. So that is the difference in China and US. So you see, well, who is ahead? I would say in the chip and the infrastructure, US is ahead, with the exception of electricity. Right? China is actually way ahead in terms of the power of electricity in the grid. US is right now is fighting for power, for electricity, not that power, electricity. In terms of models and software, China and US are different. Right? China is more open. China has smarter models with more efficient architecture. US has more frontier, bigger models, and it's more closed. In terms of applications, I would say China is probably ahead. Right? This mirrors the days of mobile internet. In China, in fact, is ahead in terms of application. My own, this is not an answer, right? My view is it's not who's going to win. I think both China and the US going to win, and Europe going to win, the UK going to win, and Africa going to win. South East, everybody going to be a winner. We are in the very beginning of a new revolution, right? And everybody will benefit from this revolution. Competition is good. Healthy competition, is wonderful. Within Chinese companies and with US companies, that's fine. When I was head of Baidu, my biggest competitor was from within China. But it's okay. It's healthy competition is fine. But this is not a zero-nothing game. It's not. It is. We can all win. I will skip this. This is my more detailed comparison between China and US. And obviously, if you read my friend Kai-Fu Lee's book, read my recent book, we all have this comparison. But I want to just mention one thing in terms of talents. In US has a lot of leaders, AI leaders, star talents, star leaders. China has much more younger talents. If you look at DeepSeek, pretty much everybody graduate from school within 5 years, and lots of that actually my students. But China has a bigger scale. Right? China produces more than 5 times of that in the US, just naturally because China is bigger. You're welcome to read through this, but in the interest of time, I'm gonna skip it. So finally, So what is the future of AI? Just some personal thoughts. Just disclaimer, I don't represent anybody. I don't even represent my own institute because our professors, we all fight. We all have different views. So this is my personal view. So first, we are moving from generative AI to agentic AI. Right? We're actually moving from agentic AI to agentic network. We're moving from Internet of PCs, Internet of mobiles, Internet of things, and the Internet of agents. So in the future, every person or every device will have agents. Agents, they all interact, they all work together, they evolve, and they come back with answer. And they serve people. It's important they serve people. And obviously, we're moving from informational, from digital to physical and biological AI. Secondly, people always argue about two things. One is, who is going to win, open source or closed source? Are you going to have a few bigger foundation models, or are you going to have a foundation model, but also vertical models, industrial models, and other models? So my own answer is, I think both open and closed will move forward. But I see, when we get to the equilibrium, 80% of the models will be open, 20% will be closed. Very similar to mobile, right? Android, 75 plus, and then in iOS, 20%. And also, we're going to see a lot of foundation models, maybe 10, right? Not more than 10. A couple from China, 3 to 4 from China, 3 from US, and a few from other countries. But the biggest opportunity will reside in the vertical models, right? For cars, for robots, for biology, for prediction, for anything you can name off. The opportunity over there is at least 100 times bigger than the foundation model. But of course, it all benefits from the technology, the APIs, the data of the foundation model. So I call the foundation model the operating systems, right, for the AI era. And also you can have a lot of edge models. EM meaning edge models, meaning the models are your phones, the models are your PCs, the models are your glasses, and your IoT devices. And that's going to be a huge market as well. So, for those of you who are doing a startup or doing VC investment, don't put all your money in the foundation models. Put more of your money on the vertical and edge models. The third is what I'm trying to see here. Okay, a critical piece of generative AI is the scaling law. Right? The more data you put, more computation you put, and then you're going to scale. When you scale to, for example, 10 billion parameters, you're going to have an emergence. That is the scaling. The scaling on the pre-training is already slowing down. That's why when you see GPT-5, there's not a wow effect, right, as the previous models. Because of data is almost deplete, and also the computation is still going, but when you have data, the margin effect becomes small. Still, you're going to see the growth, but it's flattened out. The key IQ, intelligence, are in the post-training, right? In the agents, in the inference, in the reinforcement learning, in the post-training on-time scaling part. Right? So that is important. And obviously, we need new architectures. Right? People always ask me, when we're going to get AGI, artificial general intelligence, or super intelligence. I tried to avoid that answer, but there are too many people ask me, so I tried to summarize. But there are hurdles to get there, right? We need new architectures. We need a better understanding of the physical world, the real understanding, the world model. We need to do a better job in the memory. A key part of human intelligence is memory. We have short-term memory, long-term memory, episodic memory, explicit memory, all kinds of memories of different layers, DNA memory. But AI right now is doing a very rudimentary job in memory. Okay? So we need to involve the memory part. There are also other parts. Right? So my personal take is it's going to take 15, 20 years to achieve AGI, to achieve, I call it a Turing test. In the digital AI or the informational AI, I think we can achieve AGI in probably less than 5 years. Right? If you see Sora 2 or the video stuff, they're as compelling as people. So in a few years, we can achieve that in the informational AI. In physical AI, it takes longer. In fact, a driverless car will be the first one who achieve what I call a new Turing test. Probably in 3 to 5 years, it's going to be working at a scale. I would say technically we have already overcome the major hurdles in driverless cars. Okay, but to get in the humanoid, for a robot to work at home, that probably going to take 10 years. And finally, it's a biological AI, right? The human-machine interface, like a Neuralink or different sensors connect your brain with AI. That will probably take another 15 to 20 years. But overall, I'm very optimistic in what AI can do for the world. It can do tremendously good. And also, it can hurt people if we don't take this in the right direction. With that, let me close this. And I think the future is rely on the young talents, on all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Qing, for your very stimulating and very interesting speech. And I learned a lot from it, especially on AI. So developed, I would like to try in the future about Apollo auto driving. It's very interesting. 非常非常感谢来自于张。
Okay, thank you, Professor Zhang Yaqing, for your excellent and insightful presentation depicting the roadmap for the AI development and global governance on AI, which is very inspiring for us. Next, we'd like not only concerning the technological globalization development, also we look at the future trajectories of China's role in the globalization of the world. That is why we invite the young leaders to come to this stage and the future direction of China's globalization. We propose the high-quality development, and what is the connotation of that? So with that, I'd like to have the honor to invite the founder of CCG and director of president of CCG, Wang Huiyao.
Dr. Hui Yao Wang, who is the founder of CCG, also the former State Councilor of State Council, to deliver his speech on global governance and globalization. Welcome.
Distinguished Chairman Liu and distinguished Mr. Gao.
Then Akoma Sandy and Professor Yaqing Zhang. So distinguished young leaders, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great honor to welcome all of you to the Global Young Leaders Dialogue Annual Forum 2025. So this is the 5th time we are doing this. I remember when we started this, Madame Akabo was the acting UN coordinator. She actually helped us launch this event. So we are very pleased to see her coming back again. And also we are very grateful to be here at this particular place, which is the Silicon Valley of China, basically in Haidian, in Zhongguancun. So we are at the right place at the right time. And we hear what Yaqing Zhang, Professor Yaqing Zhang just mentioned about AI that is taking place. So this is your theme, basically, decoding the future with young mind, with all of you, with young mind. It's really very timely and essential. So we are living through an era of profound transformation. As President Xi always said, we are seeing the changes unseen in 100 years' time, in a century, basically. So the globalization is shifting its logic. Climate action is becoming a defining global agenda, and technological innovation is reshaping the international landscape, where living in right now. So for the global young leaders who gathered here, all of you, is really, this moment is not only a challenge, but also an unprecedented opportunities. So it's both challenge and opportunities. And you are the generation that will live the longest with the consequence of today's decisions, basically, and the generation best positioned to rethink, redesign, and rebuild the system that will shape our world. So really, thank you all very much for coming to this great place from over 30 young talents, young leaders from 30 countries, and also we have other participants around the world who came here from 40, 50 countries. So your ability actually to understand these forces and more importantly to act as a bridge across the cultures, sectors, and societies will be crucial in defining our shared future. It is with this spirit that I would like to share three perspectives that will help illuminate the broader direction, the global change and globalization of China that is involving its role in it. So what are the three observations that I would like to share with you? First, we are entering a new era of green globalization. I define that as a green globalization. Traditionally, globalization was driven by trade liberalization, capital flows, and technology diffusion. Today, however, geopolitical tensions, supply chain restructuring, climate pressures, and digitalization are giving rise to a new model of global integration, one where green transition is at the core. So, in the 19th century, Britain led the Industrial Revolution through the steam engine, and so that we see that Britain is the leader of the globalization in the 19th century. In the 20th century, the United States shaped the global order with the electrification, semiconductors, and internet, and we just see also AI probably too. And so that's where US is leading the 20th century. And in the 21st century, I think China is emerging as a central driver of the global energy transition. For example, China's energy production is 2.5 times of US, 3 times of Europe. And so China now leads the world in renewable energy capacity. 70% of the renewable energy coming from China. And also in solar and wind production. Electric vehicles, China is the largest producer of EV cars, 16 million, 70 million a year. So it reflects its rise of the green technology ecosystem that lower the cost of decarbonization worldwide. So China is actually be leading the green globalization. And also that the old model, which at the beginning of the new shape the development of the world in the past, we probably have to change the paradigm. We're going to be led by this green globalization transition. So that's first observation. Second, China just passed a new 15th five-year plan at the fourth plenum of the 20th Party Congress. So this new five-year plan, which is already in its 15th years, 2026 to 2030, will play a pivotal role in shaping both China's trajectory and also probably the future of the global development. This new plan marks a strategic shift towards a high-quality, innovation-driven, and green-oriented growth. So it will place strong emphasis on developing new quality productive forces, which is a term invented by China now, but basically means old new technology, AI, green power, and all those things. So this includes artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing, life sciences, renewable energy, and new EV cars, and new materials. Sectors that will power China's next stage of modernization and probably will also give new impetus of the new globalization that we're seeing going on right now. It will deepen China's comprehensive green transition through the extension of carbon markets, accelerate clean energy development, green finance, and low-carbon industrial transformation, and it will advance high-stand opening up, strengthen cooperation with the Global South and also the rest of the world, and promote more sustainable and inclusive Belt and Road Initiative, which is the largest initiative China proposed for the world, will be included in this 5-year plan. So this 15th 5-year plan reflects China's evolving strategy from pursuing a high speed to pursuing high quality development. So this is really a big change that China is having, and that will be reflected in the 15th 5-year plan. So from industrial catch-up to innovation, and also this kind of a pioneering in the green field, for the world, it offers a crucial window into how China intends to align domestic transformation with global sustainable development of the UN, of the Sustainable Development Goals. So my third observation, which is the final one, is to decoding the China's future development. We must understand how China's development engine is shifting from what some scholars call the China shock. Basically, I would describe that as a future shock, probably, because with this all new globalization forces, China's advantage is no longer solely based on the scale of magnitude, but also based on the combination of large-scale innovation. 13 every year, China graduate 13 million college graduates. Almost half of them are STEM-related. So that's remarkable. That's the largest talent-produced country in the world. And so Chinese companies are becoming the key players in the worldwide green transition. Of course, we see the BYD is helping electrifying global transformation. Huawei is building backbone of a green digital economy. LONGi and KATL are also driving the solar and energy storage revolution across the continent. Those companies are not just going global, they are becoming global partners that offer solutions for the next phase of globalization, the green globalization. So this integration of the green technologies, digital system, and sustainable strategies will really pave the new way of next generation of the globalization development. So this marks a new stage China global engagement, from exporting products to co-creative value, set up manufacturers plants around the world, and also to really help all the other countries to make a green, a better world that we are living in. So we need to really work with all the countries, China, US, EU, Global South, to really work together to embrace this green globalization, and we should strengthen our cooperation. So ladies and gentlemen, the future belongs to those who dare to innovate and who really embrace the openness and collaboration and share responsibility. Green globalization offered us a pathway towards a sustainable world. So the 15th 5-year plan outlines how China intends to contribute to that transformation, and decoding the future with young mind, all of you, requires all of us, especially young leaders here today, to engage with those shifts, build bridges across culture and system, and cultivate the mindset needed for a more interconnected, greener, and more resilient global community. So I thank you all very much. Appreciate your coming. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Henry Wang, for your wonderful sharing. Indeed, green globalization is worth of fighting for by all, particularly by young people. Well, we're a little bit behind schedule, but still, I'd like to take 30 seconds to say something about global youth. commitment. One of the events we held yesterday, a short video. Thank you. Well, indeed, Haidian is full of innovation and energy. So we're looking forward to more young talents coming to Haidian for entrepreneurship and for innovation. From our keynote speakers, we clearly have seen that, be it in science and technology or in green development, China has been embracing a lot of explorations and innovations. And many people say that China and Beijing are cradles for innovation. And just now, Mr. Wang said about China shock to global shock. So in integrating into China, the global talents are facing some challenges. And for years, we have conducted research on global youth and global talents, and we've been working with multiple stakeholders in initiating and building the innovation community of young talents. And this hub is now based in the Zhongguancun Science Park, the launch of a STEM pathway hub. So now Ms. Olizia Armakova will introduce to us more.
So now we were just talking a lot about innovations, and now we are going to talk about how to actually engage with the innovation ecosystem in China, and especially in Beijing. And let me start with a simple question. What if the next great breakthrough in science and technology happens right here in China, in Beijing? And more importantly, what if you could be a part of it? Today, we are here to talk about unlocking that potential. We are here to introduce the STEM Pathways Hub, a vibrant new platform designed not just as a service, but as your bridge to China's dynamic innovation ecosystem. The opportunity here is immense. China is actively deepening its talent attraction policies, creating a truly favorable environment for global STEM talent. But we also understand the reality. The journey for a new arrival is filled with hurdles, from navigating complex policies and finding reliable advice to overcoming cultural obstacles. At the same time, a wealth of knowledge from experienced foreign experts who are already in China remains untapped, lacking a central platform to share these experiences with the newcomers. Our vision is to create a vibrant international community that connects established professionals with the new talent. And our mission is to empower you to build a fulfilling and long-term career and life in China. STEM Pathways Hub plan is to become your partner in finding your direction, partnership, and a true sense of belonging. Let's look at how this is going to work in practice. Our platform is built on 3 core functions. First, we guide new arrivals to China. We provide support from information and housing to healthcare, helping you build a solid foundation in the country. Second, we leverage experts' insights. Through our personalized one-on-one mentorship program, you gain guidance from seasoned international professionals who have successfully built their careers in China. And third, we drive integration and innovation. We foster deep connections through curated events, networking salons, and cross-cultural workshops building a genuine sense of community here. Our resource base is built on a strong track record of global engagement and high-impact events. This includes numerous international exchanges with diplomats and leaders, alongside forums and seminars that have engaged hundreds of thousands of participants worldwide and in China. Our partner, Zhongguancun Nihao, Zhongguancun #1, is a prominent tech hub located in Beijing's Haidian district, which is often referred to as China's Silicon Valley. So we are here right now. The park hosts numerous high-tech companies, startups, and unicorns. Zhongguancun #1 provides business and lifestyle facilities, including office and research spaces. It offers a mix of corporate offices, research and development centers, and also accelerator spaces, which are tailored for business at different growth stages. So how we deliver this value? To support this, we have designed a structured service system that grows together with you. So our foundational tier offers open access to essential information and the community here in Beijing. Our value-added tier acts as your accelerator with custom consulting and corporate connections. And we also have collaborative programs whose goal is to create impact through partnerships with top science parks, top universities, and international organizations based here in China. The platform's strength comes from its three interconnected groups. First, it's the STEM youth. They form the vibrant core of the community, and the role of STEM youth is active participation in the activities and community. Second, it's the mentors. This group consists of seasoned foreign experts, and their role is to provide technical guidance to STEM youth. And third, the partners. These are the government, academic, and corporate bodies, and their role is to provide essential resources and opportunities. And together, these groups create a cycle that fuels the entire community success and progress. Our implementation roadmap begins with building a solid foundation this year, followed by a pilot launch in Beijing. Then we will move into nationwide expansion to key innovation hubs and other cities before establishing our global brand with the annual STEM Youth Forum in 2027 and onwards. The platform's activity calendar for the coming months is designed to create new opportunities for you at every stage of the year. Thus, in April, we will host a flagship sharing event in Beijing here, focusing on innovation and entrepreneurship for international STEM professionals. In summer, in June, the first dedicated Haidian employment and entrepreneurship guide for foreign STEM talent will be released by our community. And throughout July and August, a campus outreach program will connect the youth STEM talents with universities, both in China and abroad. And in September and October, we are going to host a dedicated job fair to connect STEM talents with leading employers and companies here in China. So what is the future we are building together? Our expected outcomes are, first, creating a national support network for international talents in China. Second is building a thriving mentor community, supporting hundreds of international professionals each year. Third is strengthening tangible cross-border collaborations in research, technology, and innovations. And ultimately, we are going to establish a platform as your first stop in China for global STEM talent. Yeah, and we are looking forward to connect with you and to partner with you and build this platform together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ollie, for your introduction. You're very experienced. You've conducted the cooperation in Zhongguancun Park. Also, you've also been contributing to the community of Zhongguancun youth, and previously you've been a consultant in AIB. So in terms of entrepreneurship and research, you are very good at both of them. So let's witness a very important and exciting moment. We'd like to witness the launch of the Global Young Science and Technology Talent Support Platform, and we would have a box to be put on the stage. So with this platform, we're going to concentrate on the core resources mobilization and collection and pulling together for serve the talents from different corners of the world, and to provide the one-stop service and communication services to assist these talents from the world to be adapted to China and to Beijing Zhongguancun to enlight the future. So with that, I'd like to invite Level 1 Division Director and Secretary General Mr. Gao Zhiyong, who is the director and the first level inspector of the Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Overseas Chinese and Foreign Affairs Committee of Beijing CPPCC, Qing Qi from Haidian Municipal Bureau of Talent Work, and Ms. Xu Ziwen, Mr. Xu Xia from Beijing Sichuan Science and Technology Park Development Construction Company, Director Maple Miao, Secretary General of the CCG and founder of GYLD, together with Ollie, to witness and launch this platform. So distinguished guests, let's hold this banner, and we'll count down for 5. And then you can drag this banner. Let's call 融入中国放飞梦想 together. Okay, ready? Video 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 融入中国，放飞梦想。Okay, congratulations to the platform for the young talents to be initiated, and thank you for witnessing the launch of the platform. Altogether, please stay on the stage. We'd like to invite all the VIP guests at the first row, as well as the selected 29 young leaders to come to the stage to have the group photo.
We invite all the 29 young leaders to join this group photo. Yeah, please hurry and also mind your steps. All our young leaders, please join us. Have this group photo. Yeah, maybe 2 lines. Yeah, in case no. And the gentleman can stand behind, and the ladies can stand in the first line. Okay, make sure you show your face. Okay, with this 一挪还是后边的一排? Yeah, the second line we can move over there to balance. Okay, thank you. 可以吗，胡老师？
Our good friends in here. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for being here. 大家好，各位领导。
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests and friends and dear interpreters. Welcome to come to this session. And I'm the moderator, Ma He. Yeah, Ma He's Mandarin is so good. Hello, I'm the founder of today's returnees, Wu Jing. I'm also a researcher at CCG. Today I'm very happy to be together with our guests and excellent talents from the different corners of the world to be gathering in Haidian to talk about the entrepreneurship.
With us, very young, talented entrepreneurs, researchers, scientists, and fellows to be with us in here to talk about the topic that is, I think all of us are very passionate about. All of us are contributors, benefiters, or we play different roles in building what we call a startup and innovation ecosystem. Today, your insights will help us better understand how we can create more accessible, supportive startup ecosystems, and how we can use the entrepreneurship ecosystems to promote innovation, to make innovation more accessible, more implementable, and hopefully through this, we're able to create value for our societies around us. So I'm very happy here to have all of you with us in here, and I'm pretty sure your insights will help our government representatives, our colleagues, and our friends from different industry parks, all of it, have better insights on how we will collectively build better innovation and startup ecosystems.
英文也很好，谢谢马赫的介绍啊。
Thank you, Ma He. So the core issue for today's discussion is very excellent and more exciting equal environment and how to define this equal environment and university, institute, and government. So they are the key stakeholders and they can drive forward the entrepreneurships to be booming and what role can be played by these different stakeholders. So before we have the formal discussion, I'd like to interview Ma He, my co-host, because you are also a very successful entrepreneur. And my question is that what kind of ecosystem is powerful and attractive ecosystem to attract entrepreneurship? I think this question is very hard to answer. A very good question. Previously, I know that a lot of people are friends.
Building a startup ecosystems for the past few years, and I think there's a lot of different qualities that we can attribute to a really good startup ecosystem. It has to be inclusive. It has to provide opportunities to everybody from all walk of life. I think it has to be very, very supportive. By supportive, I mean a good startup ecosystem should be able to connect founders and individuals and everybody in this ecosystem with the right elements to build innovation. That can be policy, space, funding, access to market, access to platform, and all of it. But at the end, it also have to be very, very accessible. And I'm happy to see today here there's different initiatives that enables people, especially young talents, have access to these kind of innovation ecosystems. But also, it's a place where people come together, they exchange in dialogues, they communicate. And when that happens, we're able to manifest, create opportunities that can benefit everybody. And these opportunities are not only about entrepreneurship, these can be research opportunities, these can be job opportunities. And with this, I want to bring back this question to you, is from a job perspective, what do you think are the qualities of a good innovation and startup ecosystem?
我觉得，因为我自己做了一个平台。
Because I myself also created a platform that is called Today's Returnees. It is a platform servicing a lot of returnees from overseas to help these overseas returnees to be connected. So as a very effective, accessible supporter or eco-environment to the talents, first of all, the support is coming from the different dimensions, just like you have mentioned that, first of all, the talents must accessible to the information and they must know where the support they can get from the policies. And second, they must have the opportunity to access this favorable support from the government. Also, the opportunity of the entrepreneurship and startups and also the soil environment must be very inclusive and also open that can connect with opportunities brought to these entrepreneurs so that they can grow with more values to be created from this eco-environment and to feed back the ecosystem. So just like what we have mentioned, that very good entrepreneurship ecosystem itself in nature must serve the talents and nurture the talents and also can incubate the talents. So I'm very happy that we have a lot of young talents coming together today. So we'll give the floor to these talents and we'd like to listen to their understanding and insights about what is the definition of the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. So before we start the discussion, we have very important people to share with us the ideas. So first of all, the inspirer sat beside me, who is the eliminated candidate of the 9th Haidian Talent Program, who is the CEO of Beijing, the Wake System company, will be the inspiring speaker. And I believe that experiences from his entrepreneurship will bring a lot of inspirations to us. So we'd like to give a warm applause to Mr. Yu Teng. Please come to the stage at the center and start your presentation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Yu Teng. It is very honored to be here, participating at this Global Young Leaders Dialogue Annual Forum, and share with you as an inspirer. Many years ago, I lived in a single-story house just 1 kilometer south of today's venue. As a child, I often traveled with my parents to those green-painted trains. A 1,000-kilometer journey would take us 30 hours. 10 years ago, while accompanying my British mentor during his academic visit to China, I noticed that single-story houses had virtually disappeared from Haidian, and the high-speed railway from Beijing to Shanghai covered over 1,300 kilometers in under 5 hours. So that is when I thought I really want to contribute to this wave of technological advancement. 1 year ago, our company, the Wake System, successfully delivered and implemented the CRRC Haidian Assistant AI system for CRRC. It was innovation in artificial intelligence that enabled me to take the small step toward realizing my dreams. Today, I'm truly delighted to share our work with friends from around the world, both as a representative selected for Haidian's Haidian Talent Program and as CEO of the Wake Systems. Some friends suggested me that I should share how we faced in early-stage entrepreneurial challenges through our company story. However, I believe that against the backdrop of rapid technology innovation in China's AI plus development strategy, personal experience is kind of a pale in relevance. So it's like riding a high-speed train, whether we're laughing and chatting or crying and complaining, as long as we don't board the wrong train or jump off, all challenges ahead, whether cliffs or valleys or canyons, will pass in a blink of eyes. So let me offer a simple suggestion to young friends aspiring to innovate and start business in China. When you come to Haidian, stay a few extra days. Explore around, register a company, make some friends, half carbon-based and half silicon-based. So let your career board China's high-speed train early so you can share in the dividends of our era's development, achieve greater personal value. Beijing welcomes you and Haidian welcomes you. Well, thank you, Yu, for this very passionate sharing and also your invitation to global young talents, inviting them to make more friends here in Haidian.
Leads us to our next discussion session. In the next session, we'll have 2 distinguished guests to share their insights on building a sound innovation environment from the perspectives of cross-cultural collaboration and talent development, respectively.
So next, we will have a round table session now with another big round of applause. Let us give the floor to our guests, Mr. James Hamowitz, Vice President Alliance of Global Talent Organization, an honorary chair of a China Institute of America, and founder and director of a JBH Consulting Group.
Management Institute China。好的，我看到我们的两位先生已经在台上就座了。那首先呢
So Zhang Yi, Director of Global Integration. So my first question goes to James.
Dedicated to cross-cultural communication and international talent collaboration. So how do you consider the role of international cooperation in fostering innovation and entrepreneurial environments? And conversely, will the lack of international talent cooperation hinder the development of a sound entrepreneurial environment?
Wow, big question there.
Yes.
So I'm delighted to be here, and thank you, everybody. And first, a big shout out and a big thank you to CCG for organizing this event and bringing us all together. You know, that's really the most important piece of it. What I wanted to say was that collaboration and innovation are deeply intertwined. They can't be separated. So if we're going to truly innovate and we're going to truly think about how we're going to move the needle moving forward, we have to collaborate. We don't really have a choice. And, you know, I just came from another example of this. I was at 中文大会, the International World Conference about Chinese, and thinking about, you know, how China can move forward on a global platform. And I got to thinking, as you can hear from my English accent, I'm American, although I spent 33 years, about half of my life here in China, the other half in other places. And no matter what any of us think, we come from so many different countries and so many different backgrounds, we have to recognize and acknowledge that China and the United States, at least for my lifetime and probably for your lifetime, are going to be two of the most important countries and perhaps the most important bilateral relationship impacting not just Americans and Chinese, but the whole globe. So you asked about thinking about institutions. I was the president of the China Institute in America for about 10 years, and that's an example of a kind of an organization that acts as a lubricant. It creates a structure and a framework for all to get together. But that's not it. That's just the framework and the structure. All of us sitting here, all of you sitting here on the stage and on the platform are the critical elements for creating true success. I know I can see my time flashing by here, but I just wanted to say that, you know, we talked a little bit about AI and we talked about it as a tool for replacing people. We have to remember there's no replacement for human connectivity. If you're having a driverless car that's powered by AI, what's the purpose of the car? It's to bring people together and to connect them. So at the end of the day, I hope that we can think about interconnecting, not just creating things and innovating in parallel, but in collaboration. So that's my short answer, a long answer to a short question.
Thank you for your answer for such a big question. And I think human connectiveness is quite important, especially in the era of AI, right? So talking about the human connectiveness, my next question is for David. So I know PMI has extensive experience in developing young talents, and you yourself have also been deeply engaged in researchers on talent needs. So could you share with us a little bit about how companies or institutions can help empower young people in their innovation or entrepreneurship journeys?
Right. So, yeah, thank you for the question, and also I want to thank CCG for inviting me here. It's a great platform. To be surrounded by young future leaders. I feel a lot younger now. Oh, all right now. So in terms of the question, right, so how the companies would help the talents to actually thrive in the world of innovation. We've actually done this research. It's actually the result is actually that you need to build this T-shaped skills. Meaning that you need to have something that you would, on a vertical side, very deep, having a deep understanding on a specific subject, but at the same time, you need to cover a wide horizon, right? So for the firms, I think that one thing is that you need to find where is that vertical line for you to build your skills, right? What's the focus? And for us at PMI, right, we do have designations for people who want to focus on project management. So that could be the one that you want to focus on. But at the same time, it's more importantly that you need to cover a more like horizontal way of learning. In particular, I think in the era of AI, because James just mentioned things like it's very important is the communication, between the human beings. And we also have a theory called AI plus HI, right? So HI means human intelligence. So we're not saying that AI would be the one replacing the world or the actual driver of the change, but it's actually humans are on the driving seat. And it's important that you will be able to actually make that connection between AI and HI. By doing that, you need to actually have a wider coverage in terms of the things you can do. And for the firms, it's important to give your talent, the employees, the chance of learning. And at PMI, we have this theory called lifelong learning. So the learning is not just on that specific vertical thing that you are focusing on, but it's more about a wider range of subjects that you need to learn, and you learn throughout your career. Yeah. That's my short answer to your question.
Thank you. Thank you for both of your wonderful sharings. Speaking of the younger generation, I'm very excited because we have 6 very talented young global leaders on the stage. And next session, we're going to have a discussion between our young global talents. We're featuring insights from global young leaders. We'll have 6 outstanding young leaders from various fields, including scientific research, business, technological innovation, and other areas. So I'm very excited to start the session because I believe their diverse backgrounds and also diverse perspectives will bring us more inspirations to the topics we have today of today's forum. So, ladies first, Carolina, hi. My first question is for you because I know you're a lawyer, academic, and also an entrepreneur. So it is really impressive that you have been supporting young women entrepreneurs to start their own businesses. So when it comes to an attractive environment for starting up one's own business, what does it look like to you?
Thank you so much. And Daja, it's my pleasure to be here. And also thank you, CCG, for having all of us here today and make this event happen. And I think all of us are interested in how to build business in China as a foreign. And I think this is my question since my journey in China starts. I come from Latin America, where we dream to come to big countries like China with a lot of AIs and a lot of opportunities as well. But I think as a woman and also as a young leader, I think it's important to have the tools. That's why I create my own business. It's called Cross Frontier Legal Consulting. And actually, we try to be a bridge between the 2 cultures and the 2 countries dealing with business. And that's why we also using AI to empower all the women and look for more women, not just in Ecuador, which is my country, but also in Latin America. So we try to connect them and make them feel that it's not very far to dream to have our own business in China. I think my career is connected with legal aspects, so that's why I bring all the legal part of the business. And we create a lot of courses for women to connect with China and lose this fear to be connected. And I think one important thing to start business in China is the information, to have all the information of who you are dealing with and do the due diligence process. And I think no matter if you are young and if you're just starting, I think it's important just to have the knowledge and have a platform like CCG is creating now for all the young leaders that try to be business in China. And I think all of us are trying to be this Chaolian, like connecting cultures and be a bridge between China and Latin America and also with other countries. 谢谢大家.
Thank you. So I think for women entrepreneurs, it's a little bit harder for us, but all we need is the courage to take a step forward. And you said we need more information, and also we mentioned AI. Everybody is talking about AI. So my next question is for an AI expert today. So Chris? You have rich experience in artificial intelligence. So from your perspective, what does a good entrepreneurial or ecosystem look like? Or rather, can AI empower to make a better environment for startups, especially in the fields of technology?
Okay, first of all, thank you so much, and thank you all the organizers and all the participants today. It's a really wonderful opportunity to share ideas. I realized a lot of what we talked about is how organizations interact with each other. 就是组织之间的那个
interaction and cooperation between the different organizations, but the most important thing is that inside of the organization, within the organization, within the team of the entrepreneurs, how to organize the employees.
Our focus has been how organizations interact with each other. But a key question is the intra-organizational structure. Now, when we talk about companies or startups, maybe the easiest way to implement AI is one, buy the best models, right? Buy the thinking model, buy the full subscription, right? And then two, give AI to all your employees. That's perhaps the easiest thing for the entrepreneur to do. But the question is, will that actually deliver the returns we're expecting? Particularly when we look at the knowledge industry, when we look at workers who are dealing with innovative tasks. 就是说，一般来说。
So to some degree, as an entrepreneur, the simplest one is to use AI to purchase the best and also the most expensive AI. But in fact, how can it enhance the efficiency and how can it enhance the performance of the employees?
Specifically, can we actually deliver returns by scaling AI in terms of the quality of technology and the quality of the implementation? And through our research, we found that one, providing better AI models has an insignificant effect on employee performance. And two, obviously giving one AI is useful, but giving more AIs to teams does not increase performance. So that's very surprising for us as researchers. So then what is driving the performance? What is driving this AI-enabled, AI-native ecosystem? And what we found is one, it's the human factors. So AI literacy, training, having your employees understand how to integrate AI into their own workflows. And then two, at the organizational level, integrating AI into how we work with each other, not just doing the same thing. We found the reason why AI was not delivering returns to the teams is that all the team members were using AI to do the same thing. They just put the same queries in, get the same results. So how do we structure teams that are sensitive to the unique capabilities, but also the unique limitations of AI? So the point of this is that implementing AI and developing an AI ecosystem is more than just the technology side. We can't overlook the people. And going back to the comment about human relationships, how do we work together? How do we share knowledge? But then also, how do we adjust our interaction patterns to account for AI? So this is a kind of big question that we're working towards and finding new ways of organizing, new ways of collaborating. So this is where we think the big opportunity is in AI, is not just technology, but the people side.
Very inspiring.
So just now we talked about the human connection and AI technology, but most importantly, and Caroline also mentioned as well, that we must provide more platform for the entrepreneur to get access to the information. So today's topic for the discussion is how to create the coordinated ecosystem.
So my question is for Lin, Edward. I know you've done tremendous work in empowering young entrepreneurs across Southeast Asia, connecting with resources both domestically and internationally. So that is really impressive. So my question is, what are the key opportunities you think these young entrepreneurs need most when they're expanding their business overseas? Or in other words, what can a country do to attract such young talents to start up a company here as a destination?
Thank you so much. 谢谢大家好. So since we are at the Global Young Leaders Dialogue, I would like to share 4 ingredients that I think is what successful ecosystem needs, and this is GYLD. So G is for generosity. So generosity doesn't mean money, but it means sharing, being generous with first your knowledge, being able to share what you know with fellow founders. The other one is being generous with your networks, sharing, making that introductions to fellow founders, to investors. And the last one is being generous with your time, especially for senior leaders. Because that 30 minutes, a meeting that a CEO gave to a very young student could be very transformative. So G is for generosity. So next is Y, and Y means yes. In many Asian cultures, even me in Singapore, we grow up waiting for instructions, waiting for perfect conditions, and waiting for permission. But innovation thrives on the willingness to try, test, and explore. So a strong ecosystem means saying yes to experiment, yes to learning from failure, and yes, that no idea is too crazy. And this mindset is what great innovation ecosystems are built on. Next is L. L means linkages. So innovation is not an individual sport. It's a community, it's collaboration, like what the other panelists are saying. An ecosystem becomes strong when we can link research to industry, linking startups to corporates, policy to practice, investors to founders, and local ecosystem to global ecosystem. The last one is D. D is for do. So strong ecosystem has a culture of taking action. Just do it. And ideas only matter when people act on them. And one thing I truly admire about great founders is the instinct to activate quickly, build, test, get feedback, iterate, and improve. So in my view, in closing, great ecosystems are built on GYLD, generosity, saying yes, linkages, and doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interpretation. So a good ecosystem is generosity, due the permission to try, right? And link, to link people, and also to do, just do it. Thank you very much. So my next question is for Andre. Yes, I know you've been actively contributing to Beijing's innovation community through a lot of events, lectures, and so on. So you've done a lot of things. So would you elaborate a little bit, introduce a little bit about what you've done in Beijing, and why is Beijing so attractive to you?
Oh, very interesting. Thank you for the question, and thank you, CCG, to actually organize this, make this happen, making people together. So different types of profiles of people, I think is important, to exchange knowledge, but more than this, to be able to have contact with each other, and then from this contact, maybe generate things that we cannot predict. So thank you. So my story in China actually started with Beijing. So I came for a master's degree, so many people actually are attracted by universities in here, right? And my area initially was film. So I did try and I failed very well in this industry, right? Trying to build a career in the film industry. But at the same time, China develops and brings opportunities to many things to happen, And we humans, we adapt, we see opportunities, we have multitude of interests, right? And then I see also the tech industry as something extremely creative, just like the film industry has an element of building things, stimulating people to build things, to project management, and I see this common interest, right? But I think I can add one point I think is very fundamental besides the work that I do right now with Latam China Tech, which is a network related also to Latin America, right? And in this area that you mentioned about events, right? When we think about ecosystem, it is about multiple actors which are basically interdependent. they engage, they connect, no? And it's fundamental that actually we create opportunities for this to happen. Opportunities are events like this, but also are things that we cannot predict, right? An ecosystem is made of a university, is made of a government institution, an NGO, small companies, big companies, right? People who want to actually break in the industry, all different types of people. And we cannot predict serendipity. We cannot engineer serendipity. We have to bring people together. So different things that we don't predict can happen. So events, training are enablers of such, are when people actually are able to be attracted by a common interest, be able to discuss around this common interest, but also to be generate a friendship, a relationship that can be professional and can maybe generate impact, that is economical impact in the city, right? So I've been contributing with this via different types of organizations, mine, Latam China Tech, as I mentioned, but also organizing startup weekends across the years. I've been also leading fun nights, which is basically when you talk about failure. It's an important environment in which failure, it is now like accepted, but more than accepted, it's shared. So we have monthly events where people can actually do that and talk about failure. And so this is one of the nodes of a healthy ecosystem, where all those different actors with their speciality, they can be in touch. But more than can be in touch, they can stimulate each other. And then this actually can generate impact.
That's very interesting. I hope every one of us have the opportunity to attend one of your events in the near future.
Happy to. Every month here in Beijing, if you're here, we have fun nights.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is for Alan. So you are a seasoned leader in artificial intelligence, and as an AI startup founder, what do you think is a robust ecosystem for technological innovation?
Hello, yeah, thank you. So imagine building a house with bricks that change shape every time you lay them down. This is the new paradigm of working with AI today, as we are moving from deterministic algorithms to probabilistic models. To navigate this space, leader today needs a new form of literacy, just as Chris highlighted previously. That's why a strong innovation ecosystem must prioritize exploration and shared learning. When I started my startup, I was lucky to be in an incubator where, despite competing for funding and attention, there was this understanding that we better shared our failures and success and recipes about AI rather than repeating the same mistake each other in silo. I later used this experience to start a consulting practice and share those learnings across established companies that indeed feel like they are 2 years behind when working on their AI initiative without such network. And in AI, 2 years is an eternity. 2 years ago, I worked with a Fortune 500 company on $1 million project AI initiative to increase knowledge worker productivity by 15%. Now, in 2025, the same solution is available as a $10 SaaS subscription. So we are not yet exploiting a fully understood technology with established best practices. It is the opposite. Even if AI stopped evolving now, it will take 10 years to uncover all the use cases it made possible. But we shouldn't repeat the mistakes from the past. We have seen the tremendous damage caused to society by the previous generation of AI when applied without controls to social media, without bad intention, with the simple goal to maximize advertising revenue. It is now widely recognized that this application of AI and its side effect is the cause of the polarization and weakening of the society in my home country and others. The government regulation is tricky in this exploratory stage, but we should have incentives to focus on productivity and industrial applications rather than creating a god with AGI. So in summary, my 2 ideas for a strong AI innovation ecosystem is collaborative exploration to uncover the next 10 years of new use cases, and ethical incentives to prioritize productivity and industrial applications.
Thank you very much for sharing. I think collaboration is more and more important, right? So my last question is for Michelle. And I know you've long focused on energy technology. So how do you think government, research institutions, industries, and universities should collaborate to better support the innovation for technology?
Hello everyone, and thank you for the questions. And I also like to take this chance to thank you CCG for letting me to sit in here to share about my points of view. Because I'm doing research in university, so I think for the government, they actually give direction, and this direction has helped the university to have the confidence to continue to do the things. For example, what I do is about the carbon dioxide use and storage. Back then, like 5, 6, 7 years ago, whenever they heard about CCUS, they was think like, oh my God, this research area only burning the money. They don't see the point in terms of the economic view. But because of China government, they have set the low carbon goal. So in a short time, the funding for the CCUS has been increased tremendously. So from here, I think government has played a very important role in fixing the direction and also to support in terms of policy and also the framework. And for the university, it is very important to develop talents. So in terms of talents, for my university, Petroleum University, it is the first university to establish course related to the CCUS course. And this CCUS actually is playing a big role in the energy transition. So from here, university must play a good job in developing the talents and also welcoming the collaborations with the industry. So this comes the industry. And of course, thank you for the government because it has also set a kind of guideline saying that industry must work with the university in order to accelerate the technological development. So from here, beneficial to being a petroleum institute. So we actually have fundings from different companies, like energy companies, not only focused on the oil and gas, but we also have the projects from the energy companies to study more on, such as how can we store carbon dioxide effectively underground, and also we also can develop some kind of materials to capture carbon dioxide from the air or also from the plant or factories directly. So everything, I think these three, they have played their role efficiently. Then the progress of the technologies can be accelerated. And of course, because of the AI right now, they have even faster compared to that time. But I think there's another critical issue because of using the AI, because I'm involved in the energy transition, is that because of the machine learning application, the carbon dioxide emission actually has been increased 10 to at least 10, 50% and 60% more than before. So I think in the future for the AI technology, maybe you can come up, especially for the youth, maybe you can come up some ideas like using, how can we optimize the use of AI in terms of this kind of issues. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So to summarize a little bit, so the innovation requires technology, of course, and also we need cross-cultural cooperation and also synergy among governments, industries, enterprises, and research institutions. So I hope today's discussion can give everyone more inspiration and more possibilities in the future. So thank you so much for sharing, and the next session will be hosted by my co-host Ma He. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Elaine for allowing me to just sit here, listen, focus, digest, But I think we touched on quite a few different topics in here. We talked about AI literacy, we talked about cross-border innovation, we talked about collaboration between China and other things, and I think there's a lot of wisdom in here that needs to be further explored. So I will go the second round and try to talk to each and every one of you based on the first interjection that you guys did, and see maybe we can give a little bit more insights about all these different topics that everybody is gathered here today to learn from. I will just follow the same, I would say, sequence, starting with Mr. Yu. 您刚才就是特别欢迎咱们所有的朋友们来到海淀，在海淀创业。
So many people come here to Haidian for business and for research, and also there are so many good top universities like PKU and Tsinghua and others, cradle to talents from around the world to study here, to live here, and to do research and work. And I found that recently in Tsinghua and Peking University, there are increasing number of overseas and doctoral students. So they are able to do research and also translate their research results into real applications. So do you have any suggestions to them? And how can they better understand the environment for entrepreneurship, and how can they better leverage the resources here to translate their results from lab to the market? So could you please share with us some more tangible cases and examples? 好，谢谢各位，谢谢主持人，谢谢。
Future is people, educated people, talented people, good people, a lot of people. When I was graduated 5 years ago from Scotland, I was got my PhD in St. Andrews. It's a very peaceful, historical city site. My advisor, my college helped me a lot, and there are a lot of very interesting things, very beautiful citizens. But when I decided whether I go back to China or stay in Scotland, I see where is the people who can collaborate with me. I think the most important thing is, like, if you want to do your startup in China, in Haidian distance, you will need to communicate very frequently with the people here, like the people from Tsinghua University, Peking University, or other young talents people here, because the local people know what's the local needs. And if there's a lot of people, people make markets, people make products, people make opportunity. So I think all the funding, all the technology, all the research is development by the talented people here. So if you decided to stay in Haidian, in China, in Beijing, I think the most important thing is, like, you frequently communicate with all the people around you, like the young talented people here. I think this is the most useful things.
I totally agree with you. I think that this event is also providing this opportunity for talents to come meet each other, communicate, and learn about different opportunities. And sometimes maybe innovation is crowdsourced in communities. And I'm happy to see that today we also have a launch of a new community that enables these people to crowdsource it. And hopefully through this, they have access to a lot of different information. And hopefully they start their company in Haidian and follow your pathway. I will go to Mr. James next. In my capacity, I manage a startup competition. I was lucky enough to meet with a lot of American startups from Silicon Valley this year. And I realized this year is very interesting that there's a lot of excitement from both sides to understand about what is happening. They're very curious about what is the innovation ecosystem in cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Hangzhou, Shenzhen. And then we have saw a lot of these young talents coming here, taking part in the robotics competition that Beijing organized and other kind of things. So I think the interest is slowly coming up in communities and among young talents. How do you think, like, as a framework, as a global innovation framework, startup ecosystems can maybe further enhance this, maybe create like a more structured platform for people to go and exchange, for people to learn and communicate, and allow these ecosystems across borders enable to connect together, communicate, and hopefully innovate together? What do you think can be done from a startup ecosystem perspective to push this ahead?
Well, it's a big question there, and it's funny, I've been thinking about this in the context of the association of the global talent organizations. You know, technology is moving so fast, and we've brought together a bunch of people here, young leaders. But I can tell you something that really worries me. I see technology, whether it's AI, whether it's any kind of other advanced technology, as somehow evolving in parallel. We talked about the two biggest markets being China and the United States. Well, I think about the so-called technology ecosystems that exist in China, whether it's your payment systems or in WeChat or Alipay, whether it's your communication systems, and I think about those that are evolving in parallel in the United States. And those and they're actually evolving in tandem, but not engaged with each other. And I think about the tools that you guys as entrepreneurs are developing and hoping bringing to the market and creating some capitalistic successes. And I think we need to be very careful. I think we need to think about, as innovators, what is the market beyond just your local market? So as we develop these tools, can we think more broadly about how they transcend geographic boundaries? Can the innovations that are being thought about and brought to market in China apply beyond China? Or are markets increasingly becoming inward-looking and local, I would argue, just like our politics have become? And we hope, and I hope, that the people in this room will join me together in working towards an entrepreneurial environment that actually brings very diverse people and cultures and different societies at different stages of technological development, where we can profit from, learn from, and contribute to each other's developmental success, and not just think about it as domestically focused kinds of advances. So that's what I would like to challenge all of us here to think about as we come together, how we can not just collaborate, but actually kind of use these as integrative tools, because that will compound and create a much greater success, not only a commercial success, but in the advancement of the way the world grows. So that's what I wanted.
Thank you very much. I think.
Do you mind I add something
Please,
there?
please.
All
And
right.
also, all of our guests, feel free to pitch in if you want to add anything about it.
Yeah, just to make it more interactive, right? Right. So you're asking about how did we can bring U.S. and China, closer in a way in the era of AI. And there's one thing that what we are doing at PMI is that we have this global common language and methodology in terms of managing projects at global level. I just came back from Phoenix City, Arizona. We had our global summit there. 5,000 people gathered together from more than 160 markets. Not many, unfortunately, but of course our delegations from China, they know everything about WeChat. But the good thing about it is that we have the same guidebook, guidelines, and everybody speaks the same language, no matter which market you're from, and you use the same methodology. With that as the foundation, you automatically bringing people together, and the communication become less cumbersome because it's all there. People would easily understand each other. I mean, that's going to be something that we are hoping that what we are doing is that it's not, although the headquarters of PMI is based in the US, but we no longer call ourselves a US-based organization. We are a truly global organization because our certificate holders really scattered around the world. And in China alone, we have 700,000 of them, right? Nearly a third of the global size of the certificate holders. That's just my 2 cents. All right.
No, I totally agree with both of you, and I think what both of you discussed in here, I think it adds a layer of responsibility on innovation ecosystem that first we have to build innovation in open. We have to proactively share our practices, our resources, and I think it also falls upon the ecosystem and people who build these ecosystems and manage it on how they encourage their founders to think beyond their local and have a global perspective, or even a slightly larger regional perspective on challenges and maybe how we can integrate our technologies that can make lives of everybody better. And I think one of the good trends that I see through events like this is we're able to invite founders and talented entrepreneurs from all walks of life to learn and hopefully exchange resources and opportunities in here. For example, today we have friends from Malaysia, from all these different lines that are able to connect. And also coming back, actually I wanted to come back about PMI. I'm a big fan of PMI website. I used to go there, download all the handbooks. Right. And then I remember I read a very interesting article back in 2020. It was by Harvard Business Review. It said, we live in a project-based economy.
Right.
And then I downloaded a lot of templates in the project management handbook. And one of the things that I was doing and telling every entrepreneur was entrepreneurship in a way, it's also a type of project management.
Mm-hmm.
If you take all the risk, that's entrepreneurship. If the corporate takes all the risk, that's entrepreneurship or corporate innovation. So that has become a very, very critical tool for a lot of people. And I think a lot of young talents still don't understand the value of how much they need to know about project management aside from their specific set of skills to grow. So my question would be also we lack a lot of project managers. There's a big skill gap in this market. How PMI can collaborate with innovation ecosystem to have entrepreneurs a more, I would say, comprehensive hold of project management, and hopefully through this they can build better projects.
Right, of course. Thanks for the question. I mean, project management is not like a science. It's really like a skill to transform ideas to reality, or ideation to execution, right? And for entrepreneurs, I think we all know that 95% of startups would fail, right? We have success stories here, but there's many cases that they didn't cross the finishing line. Why is that? The majority of the reason behind that is that it has not been delivered in the right way. There's one interesting story and one interesting statistic I really want to share with you guys, because my team and I, we visited Huawei just a few weeks back, right? And what they're telling us is that every year they are generating more than 30,000 project codes, meaning that they're going to be having 30,000 projects running in Huawei every year, new projects, not existing ones. And for everything they do, there's going to be a project code. And because that's related to the resources you're allocating, and also the people that you required, and also it's measurable and deliverable. Everything is trace-tracked through the whole system. And ZTE, they follow exactly the same thing. And Huawei alone, well, it's a telecom giant, right? But they've got more than 8,000 project managers. Why is that? Because they ensure the success of the projects. At the same time, they ensure the success of the company. And back to the startups, it's the same logic. Although you wouldn't probably want to have a 8,000 project management team sitting there, right? But you as entrepreneurs, you probably want to have or equip yourself with the right project management skills, because that would help you to manage the success, to measure your success, and eventually to really bring your ideas into a success story.
I totally agree with you. One of the things that I keep going around and telling entrepreneurs, I said, basically entrepreneurship is project management plus sales. So I highly recommend everybody in here who's interested about entrepreneurship, please go to PMI website. You will find a wealth of accessible, actually quite a lot of free materials over there that gets you hooked up. And I hope project management can drive your innovation as well too.
You can be my brand ambassador,
I'm waiting for my contract after this event.
Let's discuss that. That's entrepreneurship, right?
Thank you. And then bringing back project management to entrepreneurship, actually, Carolina and us, we met a couple of years ago. We were hosting a Venture Builders program that actually teaches entrepreneurs how to build a startup. And I'm so happy to see your journey so far. And back in that days, you were telling me that a lot of Latin companies are very, very interested about startups, about business in China, but they don't know what are the policies, what are the laws and regulations. And I remember you wrote a very beautiful handbook, and that has helped a lot of it. So I just want to talk to you, how was your journey promoting or helping people understand the Chinese laws and regulation? And what do you think startup ecosystems like the one that's being built here in Haidian and other districts can do to make sure that startup founders who are not in China understand this ecosystem beforehand, before they come here?
Thank you so much, Wahed. And I think it's very important first, trust. I think people trust the people from their own country, even we are like not Chinese, but we learn Chinese laws and Chinese rules in China, they will trust us. So I think this is one important element that helped me to promote cross-frontier legal consulting. And I think it's very important to have these events like the one you create to promote and get to know what the people need, because it has been a journey as well. I am also in the academia, and I love to write articles to make the law very easy to understand. So I have been writing a lot of articles in different journals during my whole career. And also I read articles of how to start the business for women in my country as well. And I think the one important thing is to make the law and the regulations, even in Latin America or in China, very easy to understand, because I think all the people, when they say I have to go to a lawyer, it means already a problem. So I really want to make the people feel the law is a tool that all the entrepreneurs, I think, and all the business must have, because you cannot run a successful business without knowing the laws. So I think for all the entrepreneurs, for example, in Haidian, they must know the laws of why they are doing this process, why they need, for example, to register a company, and why they will need then to have the work permit visa. So I think these laws and regulations that apply to China and all the foreigners that are doing business, and to understand that foreigners can also have a wholly foreign-owned enterprise is very important. So I think it's important to know this and make people know this is very easy, in a way that is very easy to understand. And this is what I'm doing with Cross-Frontier Legal Consulting, and also through the academia as well. And I hope you all follow Cross-Frontier Legal Consulting after this event, so you get to know what we are doing. We are helping Latin America and also people from Europe as well to come to China to do business, and also to bring their own products to the Chinese market, and also trust Chinese companies and make it more trustable. And they, even if they are in Latin America, they will believe and trust companies and have more business, and will be more willing to do business in China. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My takeaway from your insights are accessibility to information, especially about policies, laws, and regulations, can help us trust the innovation ecosystem. But I'm also happy to see that sometimes we don't have to wait for these to be translated in different languages. Entrepreneurs, talents like yourself, can be proactive, can be the bridge, can be the ambassadors to play this role in making these ecosystems more transparent and help more people learn these basic knowledges about how to operate legally in China. So I think you should definitely talk to some few people in here to be the ambassador for Beijing and promoting the regulations in here. And I hope we can also, like the Haidian and other districts, can support your venture in that way as well too.
Okay.
Thank you. Coming back to Dr. Chris, one of the things that we also face, we have a tiny startup, tiny team and all of it, is thinking about AI literacy. But we're a little bit confused about the responsibilities. So sometimes bigger organization, it's their job to make sure that every employee has the access to AI tools, and they should have ways to equip them with AI literacy, or it's the responsibility of individuals, or the responsibility of universities, where you also teach as well, right? So if you could tell us a little bit from responsibility side, how do we make sure that young talents have a better AI literacy?
Oh, thanks. That's a really great question. So I think that's why I recognize that AI literacy is important. But the question is then, so who's responsible for cultivating literacy? I think there's literacy at different levels. There's a general literacy, right, where we're talking about general intelligence, general education, where we should learn, what is AI, how do we be thoughtful when we implement AI? And that's more, just generally speaking, if you're using AI for personal uses or in the organization. And I think as an educator, that's important for me to consider, my students. How are they implementing AI? How am I integrating AI into education? Is it just a ban on AI? Maybe that is not the best approach. But is it just, use AI however you want to? So trying to develop these habits, understanding, what are the opportunities, but also the potential downfalls of using AI. Now, when it comes to organizations, the next question is, those are very specific case uses. When it comes down to structuring a team or a workflow or structuring specific jobs, if you're looking for specific competencies for the individual in a specific role, then I think that comes down to the organization. What do you expect the individual to do? How are you designing their job? At the same time, though, as the employee, you also need to be proactive too. You also need to consider, being thoughtful of how I'm using the AI. It's not just, the AI is given to me and I'm doing, my bare minimum. We should be recognizing the dynamic nature of AI. And as AI improves, how can I adjust my work and adjust the way I interact with the AI? So I think it's a holistic approach. And once again, we're dealing with different areas. As an educator, you might be looking at a fundamental level, this general appreciation of what AI is, what are its opportunities and weaknesses. As an organization, how do we structure the overall framework? But as an individual, we need to be sensitive to this new way of working. So I think it's a group effort.
I totally agree with you, and I think it's also a continuous effort because every day AI evolves, and I think us organizations, individual universities, we have to find our roles on how we're going to push people to acquire these skills. So I do hope your work can contribute to that, and I'm looking forward to see more of these outcomes from your side. And then next I will go to Mr. Edward. Happy to have you with us in here. I think you made a very, very interesting generosity, yes, linkage, and doing. And then also you represent something that we also feel is very important, is cross-border innovation. And a lot of companies, especially from countries like Southeast Asian, they need to work together, they need to focus on cross-border innovation to acquire certain capacities or capabilities that are not available in their local markets, right? But what I want to say is what are the challenges for companies who are trying to go cross-border innovation, and how can the host startup ecosystem play a better role to help them, onboard them, and incubate and support them?
Thank you. Indeed, there are lots of challenges that startup founders face when they enter a specific market. It could be Vietnam, it could be China, or it could be the US. But what I've personally observed in Vietnam is that founders, when they come in, they are not so clear about local cultural norms. There's a specific way of doing things. There are unspoken rules, social norms, and these are not made aware. There's no playbook accessible to these people. So that's one. So they don't know the cultural norms. Second is regulations. One is language, because coming into Vietnam, a lot of things are in Vietnamese, and that also means access to understanding Vietnamese law or laws in a foreign market that you want to operate in is usually written in another language, and that poses another layer of challenges to founders. So for us at Block 71, how we help founders is through something called a landing pad program. Different incubators can do different kinds of programs, but for us, we want to tackle some of these very basic issues. When founders come into the market, can they first understand what are the way of doing things? What are some of the rules they should observe? Some of the cultural norms, the ways of doing business. In Vietnam, there's also a saying that you should be friends first before you do business. But in Singapore, we tend to be a bit more transactional, so we can immediately talk business. So you can see there's that kind of different behaviors and norms. The second is, can we teach these founders some basic languages of the local country that they want to enter? And lastly, can we offer them some kind of consultancy services for them to understand the market better, to introduce them to some of the local partners, to ease them into the market? So these are some of the ways that we are helping founders to enter a different market.
It's amazing. I think there's a lot of similar practices that Beijing is adopting as well. I think one of the challenges that was very common in Beijing as well is how do I learn Chinese and how do I understand about policies that are in Chinese. And I think recently Beijing government has been working very hard to published website in almost 8 different languages, and they have been trying to use and leverage AI to provide like government administrative services and a lot of these different things too.
Yeah, I mean, like before I came here, I had to download like 10 to 20 apps. That in itself is, trying to understand the local norms and culture and different way of doing things, and trying to understand like what are some of the basic apps that I should use in China.
I totally agree, and I think that echoes with what Mr. James earlier mentioned, that we have to figure out how we can have more common practices and how we can engage more things. And then another challenge, I think, for a lot of cross-border innovation is what we call network deficit. It's very difficult for a lot of companies who are coming to a new country to have access to these resources. And Andre, you have been a prominent voice between LATAM and China, and this year, surprisingly, we have witnessed a lot of Brazilian companies, whether it's a startup or larger companies, have a very keen interest to come here, learn here, and do business in here. But it's still a lot of it is at a very early stage of communication. What do you think innovation ecosystem can do to make sure these companies are hosted better, and hopefully they can have, I would say, a much better outcomes, not than just communication, but actual innovation exchanges between countries?
Thank you, Wahid. Interesting question. It's an important type of procedure to, besides having actual access to information, is one of the bottlenecks, right? Access to information across languages, across cultures, as you mentioned, right? Across social norms. But an important part that actually can sustain a healthy ecosystem. I believe that Beijing is building that very well. Beijing has 16 districts, all in a healthy level of competition between each other, building services for the community, building parks, building access to foreigners to be able to also create and to be entrepreneuring here, right? But still there are bottlenecks, right? An important one is when you think about capital, access to capital, right? So one thing is actually be able to access capital as, for example, my work at Latam China Tech, one of the parts, right, a core part, it is this part, capital, via, for example, startup competitions, or actually access to investment. But besides this, if you think about the core structure in which capital is involved, that has to do, for example, with transnational capital flow, that's a challenge that regulation can actually help, right? And then coming back to what you said, right now, we see, yes, a lot of Brazilian people, a lot of Latin American and other countries coming to China, try to understand how it works, the startup ecosystem here, coming for tourism, and there's a reason for this, right? The reason is actually that was created, like a simplified system for people to come. Some countries, like Brazil, no need for visa, so you feel welcome to try and actually access. Besides this, the world starts to know a little bit more via social media, and also the actual uses of the Chinese innovations in their own country, knowing about what China does. So people are invited, interested to be exploring also. And then we at Latam China Tech, we've been working with first providing intelligence. That is one important part of it, right? Not only about regulation itself, but access, right? Access to capital, access to the to networks that are very important for people to be able to build what they want. But there's a lot of other challenge that needs to be addressed, I believe, for foreigners and for new companies to be coming to China. One of them, we see a lot of one-stop services that are very powerful in helping the entrepreneur to be able to create their company here, but yet they're still fragmented. They still actually need to be connected, to be informed about what has, what is the benefit of each one of such districts, right? So I see that this is being built right now, and it's an important part of actually to be here in Beijing right now, in a moment in which more and more companies from the whole globe are being attracted, small and bigger, and at the same time, it's being an interactive process in which the government is also accessing the needs of those companies, those people, to be able to change policies fast, and then this enables also economic development.
I totally agree with you, and I think we are witnessing a lot of initiatives like this you mentioned by Beijing government, Haidian, Shifu, Pincai, and other infrastructures that are being built here. I think it will make it very exciting, combined with the ease policies, especially like these on-arrival visa policies that has enabled a big group of people come. And hopefully these ecosystems can become fertile grounds to capture this. In Chinese, they call it liuliang, and transform it into beautiful cooperation between countries. We still have 5 minutes, so I will quickly go to our last but not the least, two of our business speakers in here as well too. Mr. Allen, one of the things that we have been witnessing, we usually run into two types of entrepreneurs. One, he said, AI is too tough. I'm not going to even bother about it. I'm still going to go back to my old ways. And then the founders who are spending way too much time on AI. What do you think is like a right mindset for founders, especially at early stage, when it comes to AI and adopting AI for their startups?
That's a great question, going back to the fundamentals. At the end, the two types of entrepreneur that you described, there's one thing that both should always keep in mind is the gap that they address for their user and their customers. So does it require AI or not is almost another question. Like, first, be sure to focus on the right gap. Then AI, most likely these days, is something that you should be using because you can definitely do something more efficient and more innovative using it. So I would never completely ignore it. But I would also warn some other who go all into AI and kind of forget a bit the gap and like the real problem of their user because they are lured and blinded by this new technology and think everything should be done with it. So in between is the solution, and never forgetting the customer.
So the message for founder is just solve the problem and use AI as a tool to be efficient and effective. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing, amazing. Last, Michelle, thank you for joining us today as well. You have so many different roles. One of the things that I'm interested in is you play the role of Secretary General for the Malaysian Chamber of Commerce. And I realized that there's a lot of cooperation between the two countries recently. What do you think as a startup ecosystems, because there's a lot of interest for Malaysians to come in here and learn more about business and Beijing and innovation. What are a good practice for them to learn Beijing startup ecosystem in a more efficient way, and what role the chamber can play to make it happen?
Beyond the academy, actually, I also playing the role as a bridge, like trying to making a connection between the Malaysian companies and also entrepreneurs with the Chinese investor or, of course, the companies. So in terms of like being the bridge, we do a lot of work such as like the online event and also like the live stream conference and the forums. That's like one of this kind. And I found that for the Malaysian companies to come into Beijing, especially Beijing, then maybe for the first place they will think that, oh, we come from Malaysia, what kind of service we can provide to the Chinese actually. Because from the point of view, we know that Chinese is very advanced in the technology and also like almost everything like more advanced than us. But then the first thing we need to let the Malaysian companies to know that don't be afraid, and also we need to know that it is a collaboration, not a competition. Because this is important for the Southeast Asian. We know that China has been like developed very fast, but one of the cons is that maybe they feel like, will their culture affect our culture to be like, we need to be very fast in this. So for the first thing is that let the Malaysian companies to know that don't be afraid, and also let them know more about the policies in China. Because what I found being like trying to connect them with the Chinese companies is that they don't really know about like there is something called incentive to support them to come here. So even though yes, Malaysia and Chinese we have a Chinese investor in Malaysia, but you rarely see Malaysian entrepreneurs or like companies come in. So this is one of the things that we hope that in the future we can let them have less fear, and also let them to know that we from the Chinese side, they are welcome for the collaboration, and they will like adjust and also to adjust that the mindset about like, oh, not about the competition, but always working together. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think all of our panelists in here, and we quite have a very diverse group of panelists in here, mentioned a lot of key, I would say, key terms in here that is very insightful for all of our ecosystem builders who are watching us live. Cooperation, not competition, accessibility, access to policies, language, culture. But at the core of it, I think one of the things that we have to understand is how we can build a thriving, inclusive, supportive, generous culture that can be copied all these different ecosystems, that can help support young talents, that can leverage technology. So I think what you guys share with us is extremely, extremely insightful, and I do hope your insights can help us build better, more inclusive ecosystem. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
All of the panelists to be on the stage. And I will briefly introduce myself. My name is Zoon Ahmed Khan. I'm a fellow at the Center for China and Globalization. The topics I personally look at are the Belt and Road Initiative and the International Order. And today's topic, the panel, is obviously about, how do we utilize this new wave of technology, this AI revolution, to turn it into a way to improve how we are able to deliver public goods. And I think, also I'll resonate with today Dr. Wang Huiyao when he mentioned the 15th five-year plan and how China is increasingly, trying to play that role to really get people, countries, continents, cultures on board and see how this green globalization can really deliver on the global mandate. And that global mandate essentially is the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. It is about climate change. It is about creating greener technologies that are accessible for the world at large. It's about using AI to reduce the gaps in access, whether it's education, health, to just name a few. So we are going to try and cover, the previous panel was brilliantly, wrapping up how entrepreneurs can see opportunities, how we can build better linkages. And in this panel, we will try to utilize the great experience, the diverse experience our diverse panel has to understand what are specific applications of AI, of emerging technologies to address tangible challenges that affect people.
Thanks, Zoon, for the amazing introduction. My name is Ilyas. I'm the founder of Beijing Eco Hub, and I'm so happy to be here today because we all hear AI. Like AI, to a certain extent, sometimes it can be considered a buzzword, right? But today we're going to talk about the practical aspects of AI, the application of aspects to sustainability, to education, to governance, and to many other topics. So we're so happy to be here today to talk about more practical aspects and the pragmatic approach of AI. So we would invite first our inspirer, to give us a 3-minute speech about her work, and also a brief introduction about our inspirer. She's the vice president of Haidian Group, where she oversees the Haidian International Light Industry City in Ethiopia. And reading your bio, we were so impressed. You've managed to create more than 8,000 jobs in Ethiopia through your programs that basically combine technology with AI and also with governance. So as an African myself, I'm from Morocco, and we're basically, the African continent still we have a big, I would say, talent gap, especially from the educational background. And now we saw that in today's forum, AI to a certain extent, you have US, you have China, and a bit of Europe, it's catching up a bit, slowly, but yeah, it's going there. But what about the global south? So our question will be how industrial projects like the one that you're doing will create a more equitable opportunities for people from the global south, and more specifically in Africa, in the continent that you're working on. Thank you. Please.
So distinguished young leaders of the world, I'm very happy and delighted to be invited by CCG to come here, and I'd like to show you one short video.
一带一路建设正在把中国的发展经验传给非洲，带动非洲繁荣。这里是埃塞俄比亚的东方工业园，有4000多个当地年轻人在这里上班。
他们非常喜欢我，其实对中国这种包容分享的发展理念和经济发展模式，在他们心里有深深的认同感。
这几位小伙子都到中国学习过技术和管理。张华荣给他们起了中文名字。小伙子们也希望自己的家乡能像中国的大都市一样发展富强。
他很喜欢我们，我们也很喜欢他。
快点，快点，跑步！
广州刚满25岁就已经是第一车间的负责人了。短短2年，埃塞俄比亚员工的制鞋技术已经达到全球中等水平。中国企业带来的新技术，使埃塞俄比亚有了完整的皮革产业链。厂里9条现代化生产线都和国内的生产线一模一样。能在这样的工厂工作，广州觉得很幸福。在华监，像广州这样的管理人员，每月薪水相当于5000元人民币，即便是普通员工，收入也是当地平均工资的2倍。
我现在在管差不多1400多个埃塞干部员工，所以我现在说实话非常开心，很开心。
翻开“一带一路”的工程图谱，每一个都是这样共商、共建、共享。
首先自我介。
So first of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Sherry. I'm from Jiangxi Province in China. In the short video, the chairman in the short video is my father, and he is an ordinary farmer from a rural area in China, a private entrepreneur who grew up with the motherland after China reform and opening up. So by chance, he went to Africa and found that Africa was just like China in the past. Back in 2011, Africa was not yet to start its industrialization, and there was very little modern civilization in Africa. At the time, my father began to think about how he could do to help Africa to change the fate of the ordinary people in Africa. As a follower of the family business, what I have witnessed is that we have established our own industrial park in Africa, creating more than 20,000 jobs. 75% of them were given to women. And we have witnessed the changes of the world external environment getting more and more turbulent, and the conflicts and wars are not far from us. Because I often work in Africa, I deeply feel proud myself to be a Chinese. Under the leadership of the CPC, and we can feel peace and contentment. At this moment in China, together with the young people from the world, we can communicate with each other, and we can benefit a lot from this improved conditions, and we get education. And apart from ourselves, what we can do to this world, including the people in African continent, first of all, as entrepreneur, a young entrepreneur in Africa from China, I deeply feel and felt the shared future for mankind advocated by President Xi Jinping, and when we are looking back on the trajectory of civilizations, humanity, as well as the Silk Road to the ships getting global routes today, from the mutual assistance during the pandemic to the collaboration in technological breakthroughs. We have long deeply realized that humans are never isolated individuals, but a community with a shared future, including the consensus on the global change, governance, and achievements of the transnational technology cooperation, the mutual assistance practices in the livelihood areas of the people. Every event and efforts confirms the logic that when the world is good, China will be good, and vice versa. No country can stand alone. No group can stand out of it. Only by working together can we cross the gulf of the development and meet common challenges together. Right now, we are in all era full of opportunities and challenges. The alarm of climate change is still ringing, and the line of defense of the public health security needs to joint build. The boundaries of the technology ethics await collaborative exploration, and the problem of the unbalanced development urgently needs to be solved together. And these issues can never be private affairs of a single country or region, but public affairs related to the future of all mankind. Using a saying, Chinese, when the great Tao prevails, the world is for the common good and it needs the common efforts of all people. So finally, I'd like to respond to the question from auditor talking about AI. I believe AI in the past several years in China and US has been explored and pushed forward very dramatically. And in Africa, we can see that they need the problem to be solved for the livelihood enhancement, survive, and care from the world. Thank you.
Round of applause for our inspirer, Ms. Zhang Yunqi. I think especially the point where you recognize how the world is interconnected. And I think increasingly what young people, whether it's everyone who's in this room from different continents, or whether it's young people in general, a new generation recognizes that our stakes are long-term. And what that means is we need to find solutions to problems that may exist maybe a little further from home, because in the end, we are not isolated. Nobody is living on an island. Now, I will warmly welcome our senior guests, our mentors for this panel. Let's welcome Ms. Andrea Ancho, Dr. Ali Al-Assam, and Mr. Feng Yun Lei to the stage. Let's warmly welcome them, please. So our format now is we will invite our senior guests for their insights based on their experience, and then move forward to the panel with our young and dynamic panelists with also a lot of inspiring experience. So I will firstly ask Ms. Andrea the question regarding also, your rich experience in technology, application, renewable energies, etc. You've done a lot already to showcase how greener technologies can be made accessible towards a sustainable future. So I'd like to ask you about which green technologies do you think can be scaled the fastest to cut carbon emissions? And also from your work in industry associations, what are the biggest barriers to global climate tech cooperation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm a serial entrepreneur in the area of climate change. As introduced, I'm working in various different types, all related to climate change. For example, my current project is more to do with the solid waste renewable, how you would renew solid waste in more advanced, with the technology advancement, make it more economically viable, therefore it can be renewed in a better way, as in it could be being value added more compared to the original way, for example, plastic. Previously, I've done EV charging for cars, and that is made in China, but also we're thinking about taking it to other places. The solution had been recognized by the Vipul platform. So that definitely has a potential of going abroad. Also, probably even before that project, I also worked on buildings in terms of making it green. At the time, it was more about how you would build greener new buildings, but nowadays, probably more of after the development and initial phase of construction, more about maintaining and also regenerate the old buildings, how you would make it more suitable for people, the purpose at the moment. So I guess to answer your question, we have to look into different areas of climate change. If we roughly divide them into several areas, It's probably 1/3 is to do with transport, 1/3 is to do with industrialization, and 1/3 is to do with buildings. Then probably I've touched most of them. I see in different areas there are different solutions. Mostly, it wasn't viable before, or it was a lab technology. But now with the advancement of, I think, of several things. One thing is probably the recognition. The world recognition has been, has given it a lot of research. So it has been in a lab research, and it had demonstrated in a pilot project, but taking it to a new real industrial size, I can see it getting a lot faster. And I definitely need to stress the difference between lab technology and real scale industry technologies are very different. But now, because of the advancement, now it's a lot more economically viable in all the areas I've touched. So that's kind of a real, really, I feel that really strongly. And also, with the aid of AI, I think, for example, before you probably would build a pilot project, for example, waste plastic renewable project, turn it into like an oil, which you could make plastic again. It's similar to what you would get from the petrol underground. You would firstly probably build a like 1 ton project, and you go for probably 100 ton a year project, and then scale it up to 200 times, 100 to 500 times. Basically, that's kind of how you have done it. But now with the aid of simulation and AI, you probably can even skip 1 ton or 20 ton. So you would be able to scale up it with knowing there would be problems, but it's a faster way, and the problems you would think it's probably manageable. So you would conquer those problems with simulations. I've seen a lot of those examples in the real world, and I think it had helped fundamental technology, lab technology, probably by far now at this stage, but probably from now on, it's going to help a lot more in terms of engineering and the real scalability of those green technologies that would help the climate change. That's kind of my take.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your amazing answer. And just thinking, because like if we saw, for example, renewable energy development at early stages, there has been a lot of policies that are pro development of renewable energy, especially solar. It started like in Europe, and then of course, China has taken the lead in renewable energy development because of policies and everything. So I think policies also constitute a big push towards development of green technologies. Something else that we also complementing, like to your answer, is the technical gap when it comes to taking like technology transfer from, let's say, China to other parts in the global south, for example. So one simple example, I'm going to be very quick, like EV cars. So EV cars, it's easy to take an EV car to another country. But what lacks in the other country is the technical aspects, like how to fix that EV car and how to know, like how to basically train technicians to be able to fix that EV car. So that's also something that should be taken in consideration. And speaking of governance, our second speaker is Dr. Ali Al-Assam from the UK and Iraq, who is managing director and founder of News Social, based in the UK, and also is dedicated in building AI tools to support decision-making and also collaborative knowledge sharing. So our question will be a bit about governance once again, because governance, by the end of the day, is the catalyzer for everything in life, not only in AI, but also other sectors. So when talking about governance in AI, how AI is handling both sensitive, cultural, and also educational data. Like, for example, what are the measures that are in place to ensure the systems that are being implemented? Like, for example, for your case, the system that you're implementing in AI is, I would say, how to ensure that it's ethical, and also how to ensure that it's taken responsibility and implemented responsibility.
Okay, so the project that we are building in Iraq now is called the Iraqi Memory Project. And this project aims to digitize about 100 years of Iraqi history so that the Iraqi people can have a common history to unite about. Remember, Iraq has been a fractured society. We had wars for 40 years and US occupation and all the civil wars and so on. So we had a very big challenge in how we can bring people together. And that's the main aim of the Iraq Memory Project. And it is quite challenging, and it has various stakeholders. So there is our cooperative, which is a technical cooperative that has to build it, and we built advanced technology using AI with some products like Care and Dare. Then we have the other part of it is the government itself. You know, the Ministry of Higher Education, who wants to get the system to be put in more than 100 universities. And then we have technology partners like Huawei, who is building who are giving us the GPTs for doing it. So it's quite a partnership. The center of it is really the people, because that's the benefit of the whole project. And the way we do it, so the content comes from people, experts, educational students, going into circles. We call them circles. And in these circles, they work together. The system measure activities. There is accountancy. There is decision-making is made by consent using systems like sociocracy. And governance is achieved that way. So it's a democratic governance by consent. And there is accountability because of that. And AI then plays a very interesting role, because AI, like human beings in a circle, you have AI assistants in a circle. They have a name, they have a character, and they have a role to play. And we call them CARE, standing for SCARE, caring about people, but CARE is circle AI resource. And the philosophy is a human AI partnership. And that's a central part of our repository. Always the people is the center of our thing, and AI for good. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you so much. You know, this topic about ethical AI governance, and I mean, recently actually, I'll also extend a bit, I was participating on a panel about, China and how artificial intelligence as well as tech is really transforming people's lives. And one of the audience members, a student, her question was fascinating. She said, how can we make sure that this partnership between AI and people can be overall, beneficial? What is a good way for youth, especially, as students or young people starting out their careers, how can they conceive, utilizing AI and not fearing that it will replace them? What mechanisms do need to be in place to ensure that people are not replaced? What skills should they really be focusing on if AI can make, like you said, a lot of technologies are more scalable, but even people's talents are scalable in a different way. So what are those core talents that can, help them? So I think this project that you mentioned, it's an example of a good partnership. And it's also an example of, I'll quote the Global Civilizations Initiative. I mean, all nations, all parts of the world should really understand the importance of history, their own experiences, and that not only builds cultural confidence, it makes us realize how diverse the people of the world really are, and every culture has something to contribute. So I hope, more parts of the world can learn from this project. Now moving forward, we'll also discuss with Mr. Feng Yun Lee, who is our third senior speaker And he has served as the counselor for science and tech in the Chinese embassy in Austria. He has had extensive experience in Europe. So my question for you, Mr. Lei, is that, in your based on your experience, what are the most important emerging technologies? What should young people be looking out for? What should they be, observing in order to make sure that they can make the most of this movement, this technological revolution? And also, based on your experience, how can you think young researchers better join global technological innovation? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. I would speak Chinese because we have simultaneous interpreters. Indeed, it is a pleasure for me to join you here at the invitation of CCG and by Dr. Henry Wang, the wonderful event of Young Leaders Dialogue. So first of all, I'd like to bring you back to August 2021 when Chinese President Xi Jinping, responding to the letters from the delegate from the GYLD, saying that we welcome more international talents to come to China. So through mutual learning, talents from different countries, including China, can better understand each other, can build up our friendships, and to better develop, and so that we can make joint contribution to the building of humanity, of shared future. Well, his words precisely pointed out our direction in the future, and also and highly recognize the significance of our forum today. So I'm very excited to see that global young talents are already seeing China as a partner for entrepreneurship, for innovation, and even the second hometown to do business and to live. In the past years, under the leadership of our central government, China has made remarkable achievements in innovation. So does China in AI as one of the leading forces. And we are blessed with one of China's IT genius, Zhang Yaqun, academician, in a meeting once shared how AI has been developing with leaps and bounds in China and how exciting and how desirable it is. But still, it brings people some concerns. Well, given this background, I believe that for young talents today, we must find ways to really face up to this era full of both opportunities, wonders, and concerns. So now AI is already with us after 60 years of development. In 1956, several scientists in Silicon Valley proposed the notion of AI. But 80 years ago, computing science founder, Professor Turing, also proposed how we can create machines that can think. And now machines can think. The so-called AI is now in aspect of our life. Like it or not, happy or unhappy, AI is already with us. We're now living with AI in social, economic, and almost every aspect of our life. I have seen one of the young colleagues here bring us the 17 UN SDG badges, wearing all the badges. And we heard from the keynote speakers how global ecosystem and world development are now facing some concerns. And such concerns, to some extent, are related to development of technologies like AI, and also, more importantly, how these are related to the development of human beings, because AI can step up our efforts in implementing UN SDGs, but it calls for a proper mindset for the impact of AI, a new age with AI. I remember that back in 2016, in December, Shanghai Jiaotong University's president, academician Zhang Jie, was visiting the Imperial University of Technology in the UK. I was part of the delegation. We had a communication with the local scientists. Back then, we were talking about the importance of being outstanding, being excellent. But that is not that important, because in the following 10 to 20 years, what you are about to face is a relatively binaural tool called AI, or embodied intelligence. Professor Yaqin also shared with us, when intelligent agent appeared, are they our competitors, or are they our companions, partners, friends, or someones that can work with us to build even brighter future with better civilization? So every scholar couldn't help but wondering which one is true. So this so much from me. Thank you.
Mr. Frangyun, for your answer. So if we get to summarize just very quickly, AI would be a double-way sword in our generation. It's either we implement it and we use it in our everyday life, or it's going to be extremely hard to basically implement it if we don't use it as soon as possible. And also talking about the SDGs, I think the first version of the 17 SDGs was launched in 2015, which is 10 years ago. So I'm pretty sure the next, I would say, SDGs, I think the target is 2030. So I'm pretty sure a lot of AI aspects, AI governance to the sustainability approach will be eventually implemented by 2030 as well. Because with the current SDGs, the implementation of AI is still limited, but we're pretty positive, like in the UN system, that it's going to happen in 2030. And now, moving to our youth speaker, we're going to start with Ms. Latifa Abubakari from Ghana, who's currently an AI engineer in Beijing 2+1 technology. She's working in tech, innovation, and also international trade. We've also seen that you started a fintech company previously with a very big background in entrepreneurship and also international training. But our question will be about bridging the gap between China and Africa. So you already worked in international trade between the two continents. So what opportunities would you see for young people, young entrepreneurs, to use AI in not only cross-border business, but also other businesses, including entrepreneurship or education, etc.? Yeah.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Thank you for the question.
You're audible. You are. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for the question.
Just closer to the.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you for the question, and thank you, CCG, for inviting us, the young leaders, to speak on the platform about AI. AI has been transforming the world recently, and talking about it's in different sector. We can talk about it in finance and trade. In finance, in Africa, we have like companies like Branch International and Tala that is doing AI-powered credit score system. And I believe in Asia, in India, they also have something called Jupiter. So with that, instead of using the traditional model or using the traditional ways of getting loans from bank, you know, the traditional model, we have to get like a lot of paperwork, and also you need credit history. So instead of using that, these companies are using the data from your smartphone. So basically, the airtime you buy, you paying for electricity bills and everything, all these data, they are using it to be able to generate like a credit score system that makes it easier to go to the bank to get a loan. So you don't need to go there and have like paperwork, or you need to go there and prove that you have a lot of things, basically. And from a young entrepreneur point of view, I think there's a really big gap in linguistic, that is NLP, in Africa. So we have AI in languages like English, Chinese, Turkish, French, but we don't really have a lot of them in African languages. So this is a big problem for us, because if we come to Ghana, we speak English and we speak Chi. We speak different languages. So does it mean that if I can't speak English, then I can't use AI? Like if I speak English, that's the only way I can use AI? Or if I speak Chi, what happens? If I speak Hausa from Nigeria, what happens? Does it mean I can't use AI? Then it means it's not made for us. It's not kind of like made, like localized for us. So I believe that's one way young entrepreneurs, that's one gap we can actually fill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, you've pointed out such an important aspect, because I think increasingly what young people are asking, they're looking at is how much inequality really exists. And is this, you know, new technology, like we had, you know, so many revolutions, technological revolutions, and this is one of those opportunities where today we have access to people from around the world, perspectives from around the world. We understand how the situation really is. We understand how much inequality exists. So are we ready to, especially people who have the agency to, right? Young entrepreneurs from a relatively privileged position, are they willing to invest in technologies for impact, making them more inclusive and reducing the gaps that already exist? So I hope, you know, this meeting as well, this panel, and overall this opportunity to see each other results in maybe some partnerships, some ideas that can pave the way for that direction. Now, let me warmly invite Dr. Mohammed Fahad Baka, you're a PhD candidate, right? So I can call you a doctor. And your topic is Aerospace Information Research at the Information Institute, Chinese Academy of Sciences. You're also from Pakistan, like me. We've known each other for years, actually. And I think it's very fascinating to get your perspective, because firstly, you know, a lot of people wonder, I'll ask from the academic perspective first, because it's impossible at this point not to use AI while doing your research. And a lot of, you know, whether universities here, this is a daily discussion. What is the ethical way to incorporate? So what do you think currently, you know? What do you think is the focus on how AI can be used to scale, but in an ethical way? And what could the future partnership between people, scholars, and AI look like? I mean, if you have any thoughts on this. And secondly, if you could talk briefly about how AI is shaping the future of aerospace research and innovation, which is close to your research topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will be doctor next year, not yet. I will graduate next year. Okay, thank you for first for CCG to give me a chance to be here again this year. So from my perspective as a PhD student, and my background is about GIS and aerospace, so I think AI is becoming a key driver of innovation, especially in aerospace research, because in our daily life in aerospace systems, we daily handle with a lot of data, massive amount of data. So AI can help us to process massive amounts of data, not only from the Earth observation, satellite-based Earth observation, but also from autonomous driving and from daily life. So, and it also helps us to model and optimize aerospace components, which can reduce the need for costly physical experiments, because when we launch satellites, sometimes we need to do a lot of costly physical experiments so that it can be sustainable. So nowadays, AI model can also help us to do this kind of model simulation, so which can help us to reduce the cost. And I think another thing is that in our subject, and especially in our institute, we have our own satellites. And one of our respected guests talk about SDGs. So my affiliation is from Aerospace Information Research Institute, but we have another organization, it's called International Research Center for Big Data and Sustainable Development Goals. So this center is the only center in China and in the world which was made under the guidelines of President Xi Jinping. In 2018, President Xi announced that they will build a center for SDGs in China, and I'm also now working over there. So we have our own satellites, and one of our satellites, the name is called Sustainable Development Goal Satellite 1. We call it SDG Sat 1. So we use this satellite, and with the help of AI models and AI simulations, and we gather data from different SDGs goals, and every year we share this data with the UN organization and then with other less developed countries. So in the other hand, because nowadays we are using AI a lot, so we must need to be a balance between the ethical use and unethical use. So I think it depends on the end user, so that because we are the one who define the goal and aim and purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your response. And it's always, but first of all, we wish you best of luck for your PhD next year. And it's always good, like, to see that AI is also applied to research. And we've seen a lot of models, AI models, like mainly for research purposes, like scholarly AI. ChatGPT also like has, to a certain extent, this research component. So it's very interesting. Thank you for your answer. So our third youth speaker is Alan Dharmahan. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. We've seen that you have an amazing experience in the UN, like going to multiple multilateral conferences, including COP28, COP29, UN Summit for the Future. So being in the UN system for a while, and also with your performer position as assistant advisor to the president of Indonesia. But mostly our question will be about the UN. So how do you think the UN system, and also like the United Nations in general, will have a role in the global governance of AI, mainly to climate change? Like, if you basically try to solve some environmental issues, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Also, first I would like to thank the CCG for organizing this forum. I think this is a really great platform to facilitate youth voice. It's very important to listen and learn from youth experiences, so I really thank you for inviting us to be here. To answer your question, I think climate change is a very unequal problem, because like those countries with more fun, they could do more, but those countries which are developing, they might not have the same amount of fun to put climate action as priority. So like multilateral cooperation, such as the UN mechanism, it could play a very important role. It could play a very crucial role. I think the last 2 or 3 years, there have been lots of like decrease of trust in the UN system, because as we could see, lots of the decisions made by the UN are not respected by a lot of countries. But for me, myself, I still have really high hope in the UN, because as of today, the UN, I think, is the best multilateral system that we ever had, that the world has ever had. And without the UN, it would be impossible for the world to convene, for the world to exchange views, for potential cooperations to happen. Right now, as we are speaking here, the COP30 is currently happening in Brazil. For those who are not familiar with COP, COP is Conference of the Parties. It's an annual conference related to climate, environment, It's convened under the UNFCCC. It's a UN body responsible for climate action and environment. And lots of the talks in the COP30 has been a lot about inequality. A few days ago, I read on the news that the indigenous community in Brazil, they held a really big protest in front of the COP venue. They wanted to break into the COP venue because they didn't have access. One of the key messages that they delivered is those people in the venue are having meetings to decide our future. But we, the indigenous community living in the Amazon, we are not involved in the conversation. So this is unfair for us because we are the one facing the impact, the consequences of climate change. We should be there because we should be the one giving recommendations how to make the world a better place. But they are not given the voice. So I think with relations with related with technology and AI for climate, there are a lot of really good applications of like AI and climate technology. I myself am doing research on carbon policy, especially on CCS technology. CCS is carbon capture and storage, or there is also CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So this technology enables, like, let's say there is a coal power plant, it emits a lot of carbon. This technology would be able to help capture those carbon and then store it underground or under the sea and then reutilize it. It's actually a really great technology to help with carbon abatement, with carbon reduction. However, the technology is still very expensive. It's not highly available in the developing countries. So again, like with climate technology, with AI, I don't want like this technology to be a form of a new colonization, because like developed countries, they would first have the access to these technologies, these expensive technologies. The developing countries, they might not have the same access. If it is not well regulated, it would create a new form of inequality. Like those who are late in the game, those who are late in the adoption of these climate technologies, they would be colonized by those, the early adopters, those with more money. I think you also mentioned about UN mechanism to help with this, right? There is actually one organization, UN organization. This is quite a new organization. It just started operating January 1st, 2025. It's called the United Nations Office for Digital and Emerging Technology. So in summer, I happened to have a meeting with them in Geneva, and I and a group of other young people, we managed to provide recommendations to the UN ODEP, to this UN body. One of the main key points that we give the recommendation is actually on making sure that no one is left behind. Sustainable development goals, it's really important. It's a set of really great goals, but do you think we have done enough to reach sustainable development goals? I don't think so. I think we can do much better. And one very important part of the sustainable development goals is to leave no one behind. No one here means the developing countries, the global south. And I also really like the, I think you mentioned that you are doing lots of work in Africa. You also mentioned that 中国好，其他国家才能好。
When China is well, then other countries can go well.
Resonates with this SDG message, because like if one country is not doing well, if one country is having lots of problems, I don't think the world could be a good place. Thank you.
Alan, thank you so much. That was a very profound intervention. And I think you point out a lot of important aspects. I mean, firstly, at times, countries think that they're just looking at the UN from a distance and wondering, is it delivering or is it not? And I feel one of the conversations that has really transformed in recent years, and it should be a stronger transformation, is to realize that we as countries have the agency and capacity. We're not just recipients of the UN system. we have a role and responsibility to play in strengthening their mandate, helping them deliver their mandate. And what you mentioned about, if China can do it, so can I. I think China's development really, 800 million people out of poverty, look at the Belt and Road projects, look at the GDI. There are so many examples of how China is not only demonstrating, but also doing the technology transfer, helping capacity building to conceive in a more creative way solutions. I'll quickly mention, yesterday I was on a call with a friend of mine who is doing a PhD, and her topic is about a community, slum community in Lahore, my city. And the young, the children in that community are literally, their death rates are very high because of the pollution and the toxins. And somehow I, being from the same city, didn't even know about it. And so, we think about it. We know the Global South is not a monolith, and collectively we need to think about how to include the Global South. But then we also, within our countries, within our cities, as the Global South, need to be more aware. You know about that indigenous community because we have access to at least reports that we know they exist. So everyone with the privilege to be here should try, we should try to think of ways in which how to include those who are at the lowest end of the spectrum right now. And their solutions, helping them with solutions is not going to reduce our likelihood to move forward. It will be something that can collectively help us. So I'll cut it there, but I think it's just so important to talk about real impact on lives that are not fully represented. And with that, I'll come to Mr. Olusegun Fabi. I apologize if I didn't pronounce well. You're a Yenching scholar at Peking University, Fulbright teaching scholar at UNC Chapel Hill, and also representative of Nigeria at the 2023 UN General Assembly. I was also looking, you've worked on, access for girls' education in your country. You have represented in the UN. So my question to you is maybe, also taking forward what Alan was talking about. How can we create mechanisms? How can young people who have, the access, the opportunities, really transform that access and the skills they have into creating real impact on the ground? Secondly, what role do you think the UN can play, organizations can play, and how can young people play a constructive role in helping deliver the mandate that we all agree on? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's a very wonderful question. I also want to say a very big thank you to CCG for the invitation. So I absolutely resonate with all the solutions that have been profiled on this table because I feel like they are very, very germane for, for the future and especially for the problems we're trying to solve right now. It is important for me to also echo the voice of the UNICEF representative that actually spoke the other time, Mrs. Ama Kode Sande. She spoke on the fact that currently we have so many out-of-school children all over the world. To kind of like put this into a kind of like contextualization. So right now there are 119 million girls out of school, and in Africa, Africa actually suffers, the largest proportion of this. In Nigeria, where I come from, we have 10.5 million children that's out of school, and 60% of these are girls. For you to understand that, first and foremost, there's a gender imbalance. In 2019, I went to a village, under a very particular program to just serve. And then when I get into that village, initially I was meant to teach English in this village, but I saw that so many girls were out of school. And the reason why they were out of school was because of cultural bias, because parents prefer to send boys to school rather than to send girls to school. And also because of the fact that, because of poverty, of course, because of poor infrastructure, and of course, return on investment. To them, they believe that a boy would probably be more, successful in life than a girl. However, what I did basically was just to kind of like do things in my own little way, which was like actually, founding that support girl child education, basically doing the kind of like rural education, bringing education to the doorsteps of these people. And it actually made a lot of impact. I feel like we can all start from little places. Just like you say, we can all start from our small places. The little, from your villages, from your hometowns, make impact. And talking about AI, I feel like it is important to talk about technology, accessibility of, to technology, inclusivity of technology, and then we can now talk about AI in terms of like all these, rural places, because we have people that cannot read. According to the World Bank, 9 out of 10 children in Nigeria, in the northern part of the country, cannot read or cannot write. So if this is the problem, how do we provide AI to these people? So that actually will bring me to the solution that was provided by Ms. Latifa about the fact that we can have something called the vernacularization of AI in such a way that, there could be translation tools, in vernaculars, in indigenous languages, in such a way that they can be transcribed to whatever we want to teach them, whether it is mathematics, whether it is English, whether it is literature, and all those things. So I also resonate with what he said about the decolonization of AI. I feel like it is important to understand that there's a big gap between the West, between the global North and the global South. So if you are going to advocate ChatGPT, for example, to people in Nigeria, especially people in the northern part of Nigeria, in the rural part of Nigeria, you should be able to understand there is a different ball game. So is it possible for us to have AI that can actually be localized? So these are some of the solutions that I feel like they are very, very important. If we're actually going to bridge this gap and actually not leave anyone behind, because right now the gap is so much. As an African, I'm fortunate to be in China and being a very wonderful university learning, but not everyone has that chance. So how can we bridge this gap, which is actually like taking it back to them? If they don't have the chance to have this kind of education, then we can take education to them. So that's what I think. Yeah.
Thank you. You just represented.
Can I say something about languages?
Of course.
Just quickly, because Latifa mentioned it, our colleague mentioned it in here, and actually it's quite an important aspect. So, because it faces Iraq as well. We have various nationalities, Arabs, Kurds, Turkmenis, various things. So one way of dealing with this is we have gone out of the way of creating language-neutral AI systems. So really, all the languages that you mentioned and Latifa mentioned actually can be addressed easily, because when we created this vector database, it's independent of ChatGPT. It is something completely independent. It's targeting the people, and then it doesn't matter what language the query is or what language the content is, which brings people together. So that's one solution that we could talk more about, actually, which is quite important, the language aspect. Thank you.
Definitely. And also, adding to what Mr. Olu says, what you mentioned is the perfect representation of think globally and act locally. Start by the local action, and then eventually your efforts will come up to a global solutions. But you need to make sure that the local challenges are being handled first. And talking about this, I like to give a very good analogy about climate change. And if we see, for example, multilateral conferences like COP, like one of the major solution providers for climate change politics and everything, we seen a lot of mechanisms like the loss of damage fund that is mainly managing something that we call the common but differentiated responsibility, meaning that not all the countries are equally responsible for climate change. So speaking about this, also when it comes to climate negotiations or also other aspects, we need to think differently when dealing with global North and global South, especially in the context of climate change and also technology. And moving on to Mr. Lucas Miner, who is currently a Yenxing scholar at the Yenxing Academy of Beijing University. He focuses on the microeconomics and the international political economy of China with backgrounds at Yale University in history and economics and also East Asian studies. So my question would be, how do you see programs like Yenxing? Since you have an experience in both China and the US, and we saw also previously that there is a competition when it comes to AI. There's US competing with China and China competing with Europe and so on. So how do you think programs like Yenxing Scholars will bring all sides together to have a more collaborative approach rather than a competition approach?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, CCG and Henry, for organizing this wonderful event. That's a fantastic question. And you're right, there is a tension with this emerging great power, rivalry, competition, whatever you want to call it, between China and the United States, increasingly in the realm of AI. Yanqing is a very interesting program because it's not a technical program. It's not a STEM engineering academy. It's not directly developing cutting-edge AI models. But what it is doing is it's bringing together top-notch scholars from not just the US and China, but from all over the world, from the global south as well, and really fostering a communicative environment that would not exist otherwise. You have scholars working on ethical dilemmas from a hybrid perspective. For example, there was a scholar last year who wrote a fantastic thesis providing a moral framework for assessing AI that drew both on Western philosophy, but then also on Confucian philosophy. You have a scholar this year who has extensive background in machine learning, working in Silicon Valley, who's coming to China to learn more about Chinese philosophy, even though he's a computer scientist by training. There are a lot of these stories, a lot of people who are interested in developing legal, political, ethical frameworks for dealing with AI, which is somewhere where we as a world are lacking. We're falling behind. The pace of technological development is so rapid that policymakers, philosophers, economists lack a unified framework for assessing the impacts of AI. This is a significant risk as we move forward, and especially as we come closer and closer to artificial general intelligence. From a personal perspective, I think it's really helped pop the bubble. You know, these concerns that were raised earlier about localization are not things we think about in the United States. They're just given that AI, ChatGPT, the top models are provided for in English. This is not something I would be cognizant of were it not for a platform like Yanqing. Michael and I are classmates, where we can talk about these things and we can learn what are the deficits. And the same thing goes for coming to China and understanding the ecosystem of AI development here. And that, of course, fosters collaboration and understanding rather than this intense competition that you see play out in narratives and media narratives and kind of on the macro level. But on the ground, it really is about understanding.
Thank you, Lucas. That was an important intervention. I mean, I also think the purpose of programs like Yanqing or the Global Young Leaders Dialogue as a platform, or CCG as a think tank, is also to really nurture a generation of leadership and a way of thinking that can help move beyond competition, which is more like rivalry, and work towards more collaborative ways to understand our issues and see how interconnected we really are. So I hope, I mean, all of us here sitting here are noting some key takeaways on what we can do to encourage a more collaborative way of thinking. Now let's warmly invite Ms. Paolo Morselli from Italy, right? A junior research fellow at the Italian Institute for International Political Studies. So from your perspective, what I really want to understand is, we've had the EU's AI Act, right? Could you also just briefly discuss what it's about, what are the potential caveats, and maybe potentially what could Asia as a continent or other regions, maybe multilaterals like ASEAN or the African Union, learn from this? Is this something implementable to other regions of the world? And do you possibly conceive something like AI diplomacy as a field on international relations, if you can talk about that?
These are questions that could take hours to respond, but I do not have hours, so I'll keep it short. The thing is, Europe found itself at a point struggling between wanting to foster innovation and wanting to protect the rights of its people. So basically what Europe wanted to do was to protect civil rights of the population and at the same time give the business a framework environment in which it could easily work and manage itself in a clear way. It was not meant to slow down AI development or innovation in no sense. The thing that, I don't know if you're familiar with the AI Act, what it does, to put it very simply, and I'm oversimplifying it, please bear this in mind, at its core, it's that it does assign a risk level to each AI system it analyzes. And based on this level, the higher the level, the level risk, the stricter the measure. So usually it's systems that deal with healthcare or biometric identification that have the higher risks, the safety risk we're discussing usually. And so they have higher, stricter measures. What it does, what Europe understood was that we cannot afford to wait and see whether we will be able to manage safety mismanagement or safety fallacies from the AI. We cannot afford that. So we needed to put guidelines into place that would guide the businesses and still account for possible risk management. That's what it tried to do. What more to say is that it tried to create a sort of trust into the population, because usually IE is the new technologies. So a lot of people feel like they use it, they sort of know what it is, but they just know on the surface level, so they have no real understanding of how it works and what it can do. So by giving it a framework, a regulation framework, the aim was to sort of make it more trustable and dependable. So if you know a framework, if you know how it is regulated, you tend to be more trusting towards it. What more can we say is that, can it be used as a model for other region? Well, that is more nuanced as a response. Certainly, the advantage of moving first is something that Europe tried to achieve. If you move first, if you're the first one to regulate a certain mechanism at a higher level, it's easier for other countries, especially smaller ones, to follow along rather than to find to try and create a completely new framework, which is something that we're seeing. Like countries like Japan and South Korea are trying to align at least a little bit with preventive management of risks connected to AI, like the European Union did. Still, regional differences remain, obviously. Some countries in Asia do see more benefit from trying to find a model that's more flexible and that can adapt more quickly than the one the European Union has found, while others prefer to align more clearly with like state-led IE priorities. So that depends on the state, obviously. And so yes, more than as a model itself, it can be used as a point of reference, and then the country can sort of adapt it, certain points, like pick and choose what they can think that they can work for their societal priorities and economic priorities. As for diplomacy, like digital diplomacy and climate diplomacy became the norm for us in these past years, and I think that AI diplomacy will be the same in the coming years. Obviously, we have to deal with it. It's become a tool for national sovereignty and strengthen national security. So obviously, states will try to negotiate also on such topic. It's also very used in military environments. So that's also a further aspect that will, I think, sort of force countries to deal with it in a cooperative way, or at least an international way. And most likely, some institution will be born that are specific ad hoc institution for the AI at the international level, in which we can all address issues at the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Addressed actually a very important challenge, which is some people don't know how to use AI. And that's where AI literacy comes to work. That's where people, consultants, and we've seen a lot of new business ideas, like for example, AI consultant helping companies to adopt AI in their everyday lives and everything. And speaking about the governance, because you mentioned also policies, governance is everything, because it will influence the educational system, it would influence the financial system. So eventually having a solid and robust governance in AI will eventually help not only that specific country, but also like the global, I would say, perspective. And our last youth speaker is Mr. Ahmed Farouk from Turkey, who is currently a China Affair Consultant at the Work Turkish Business Council. And also with a very rich experience in volunteering service. And our question will be basically our volunteering experience. So we've seen, like in the last questions, like a lot of, I would say, applications of AI to sustainability, like to local communities. Our question will be like how AI will basically promote and also find solutions for communities and promote social good when it comes to, for example, humanitarian rescue missions, because we also saw that you are a certified humanitarian rescue officer and everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Thank you for the organization. I'm really happy to be here. My experiences, yes, is a mixture of the business world and as well as the humanitarian work. So my answer is going to be a mixture of both of them. So basically, when we look at the AI nowadays, everything is about the AI, right? For example, if you ask me if I sell me this pen, I would say it's an AI-powered pen. So it's going to be super, collect all the interest immediately. So now, in this age, I think by AI, we are in the Sputnik moment of our generation. And when we look at the AI, I think it's very center of the humanitarian work in a way that I think we should consider this as a water, just like the tap water. Tap water, water at the very beginning is a part of our life. Everything is about water. We are mostly water. Tap water, for example, let's take it in this way. It's accessible and reachable, affordable or free, but not in the same way. So the AI is the same. Some people have clean, some people have dirty tap water. Some people prefer to have bottled water. Some people make water to have soda drinks, which contains a lot of sugar. Maybe it might cause health issues if you consume too much. So I think AI is in this way, and when we look at the business perspective, I will dip in down to the humanitarian. So most of the AI companies is run by the private sector, which is good. They are fast, they have really great ideas, and they are more flexible, but they are mostly profit driven. So we are not really focusing on the humanitarian work part. So one of the companies I visited related with AI have a lucky cat, Cai Wu Mao, like at the gate, which means like to bring money to my company. So most of the companies is AI companies. Is pragmatic companies. So what we need to do is we are all still in the very beginning of the story. We should regulate, and we should not forget of the other part that people need to access, like the humanitarian. Some of the friends also touched the topic is that we need to be voice of the voiceless to also drive to the AI in a way that use in the humanitarian work, because when the people face disaster or face any kind of issues, this kind of instrumentals, the instruments or the tools that mostly being not in a capitalist way of like the pragmatic way of approaches. So that's why we should include this part in the AI story, because I believe we are still in the very beginning of the story, and we still have chance to put this in the agenda and then regulate the AI's feature. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, that was also very, very powerful insight. And I think, I mean, being closer to reality and sharing our experiences and how we can connect them. Like you said, being the voice for the voiceless is so important. And also gradually our aim should be that there shouldn't be anyone voiceless, right? That's where AI can really help. You know, there is slight paucity of time. I wish we were doing a second and a third intervention with everyone, but unfortunately that can't happen. What can, however, happen is that we have our young senior mentors who, I have a question for you, maybe very briefly, all three of you, if you can answer. You know, these young people on the panel are living in such a privileged time. They have AI, access to the world, technologies. The world is their oyster. And you have achieved so much without access to this privilege at that age, right? Do you have any advice for young people? How can they maximize and really, you know, people get drowned in, overwhelmed by an abundance of information, an age where there's so much noise, clutter, and we forget how privileged we really are to be here, you know, just to be even in this room and just to be able to see and read whatever we can. So you can very briefly, you know, maybe if any advice for young people to maximize as much as possible on this opportunity. Mike.
I think the main thing for young people in the global south is to be developers of AI, to really grab the technology rather than the danger is that we become just consumers of AI. And so we have to be developers of AI, and the opportunity exists, you know, with BRICS, with the Global AI Initiative that China started, with conferences like this. So the opportunity exists, but really it's very important to be an innovator and to grab the technology rather than just consume it. That's very important.
Okay, I'm really in favor of today's topic in this conference because Dr. Maple and also the other organizers selected this topic, that is decoding the future with young minds. It is not to discover, but decode code. We know that is talking about the figure or number. Also, it includes that we at least have to develop the earth that has been accumulating for thousands of years even better. We know that we have SDG on top, and President Xi Jinping has a very vivid described that is the green mountain and lucid water are the wealth of human beings. And at the same time, we also have to do a good job to discover and develop and to make good use of the digital world or earth. I believe young minds includes the minds of everyone present here, young people from different corners of the world, the experts and the young leaders. Also includes me and a lady, and this lady also very young, although I'm not young. And I believe we are still young, even though we are above 60s. And I remember one word said by an old scientist, as long as you are always with the young people, always have the minds to develop the world better, have the passion to do this job. You are young, even though you are 80s. I don't think that the young people will soon become very mature, sophisticated person. I hope that you can be always passionate as the young people. There is also in China, which is make a travel of 1,000 kilometers so travel, and at least you also have read a lot of books. And Maple Mel has written a book. Bilingual versions are offered, and I want to add one word that at this world full of diversities, we face with this world and universe full of diversities, the young people has to dare to trust, to try your best, to explore the best scenario, that is to dare to make trial, to apply the knowledge from the thousands of years of civilizations in the different scenarios, and to coexist with AI to explore the common prosperity for this universe shared by all. But first of all, we have to develop ourselves. At the same time, we also have to develop this beautiful and attractive and charming Earth. Thank you.
That was a really interesting question. For my first 10 years of my career, I probably hadn't had much access to AI, but in the recent 2-3 years, it had really changed. And if I compare how the way I had changed my working style, and also what I should be aware of is, I think there is no one to question you as much working with AI. You could really get soaked up, get self-high with what you're trying to develop. There is, you probably try to prove yourself right rather than wrong. So it's very easy to get sucked up in those details. And there's definitely much more access to information, which you can also really get lost as well. So in a way, you have to be an expert to start off with in the area you are already working on, to be able to use the information that AI is feeding you better. But to how you could be an expert in the first place, I think I would still encourage dialogue with human beings is probably more important. That's kind of my own take.
Thank you so much for your contribution. And to close the session, you mentioned like dialogue with human beings, and special thanks to CCG and also GOLD for representing this amazing forum and for giving us the platform of experts and youth leaders to talk about AI and how to solve those global challenges. Because by the end of the day, AI is universal. So finding a solution will not only be directed to one country, but something we should kind of like build this collective thinking, just like climate change. Climate change is universal. AI implementation is also universal. So we need to come together, academia, industry, businesses, entrepreneurs, NGOs, and find solutions for AI-related challenges. Thank you so much again. I'll give the floor to June to
So I couldn't wrap it up better, but I just quickly want to, Mr. Lay's remark, you are young, you can learn as much as you want, age doesn't matter, I've seen people much younger in age, but sort of giving up because, again, they maybe feel overwhelmed with how many more opportunities we have. So that's a very important remark. Live your best life. I really think living your best life means feeling more alive in each moment. And like you said, Miss Andrea, right? I think the humans matter so much. Our perspective is something that AI can never replace. It can never be a competitor in that. And that perspective is, I hope, what takes all of us in this room further to build solutions and to have more empathy and more impact. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.